welcome to Metro Board Activities for March 23rd, 2023. This is our first meeting of the day, so I'll be asking Jamie Johnson to provide us with a safety contact. Jamie.
Good morning, everybody. We're striving at Metro to make the system as safe and accessible to all. 2 weeks ago, Metro changed our policy for our bus customers, removing the requirement to fold strollers while traveling on buses to make riding as safe and convenient as possible. One group who are ever present across our rail and bus system is young children, who are more vulnerable than others for obvious reasons. Here are some tips for traveling with young children to ensure they are safe. Number one, parents should take steps to make it easy to find a child if they wander off and get lost. With a very responsive staff and an excellent CCTV coverage, Metro is confident that we could find a child if they get lost, but coach them to find and speak to someone in Metro uniform, including Metro Transit police officers. And think about how someone might get in contact with you should your child get lost. Having them memorize a cell phone or writing the cell phone inside their jacket is very useful. Number two, whenever a bus or train is approaching, hold hands, stand back, well away from a moving vehicle, and when on board, sit down and hold on tight. Number three, when transferring between the rail and bus systems at rail stations, take extra care while riding escalators. Hold on, don't sit down or play around, and if you drop something, avoid the child picking it up for themselves. The moving parts on an escalator do carry risk. And lastly, if your child has an inquiring mind or ever has a question, Metro employees across the system are always on hand to take time to answer that question for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie. Up first this morning is our Finance and Capital meeting. Thank you for joining us. Since this is our first meeting, I'll ask the Board Corporate Secretary to call the roll.
Thank you. Chair Letourneau?
Present.
Vice Chair Babers?
Present.
Mr. Goldman?
Present.
Ms. Klein?
Present.
Mr. Smedberg?
Present.
Dr. Lowe?
Present.
Mr. Drummer?
Present.
Ms. Martin Proctor?
Good morning.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Jennifer. Our first order of business is to approve the agenda. If there are no objections, we'll consider the agenda approved as presented. Are there any objections by members of the committee to the agenda? Hearing none, the agenda is approved. Now to the approval of the minutes. We have the minutes of our March 9th meeting. Are there any objections to the minutes as presented? Hearing none, we'll consider the minutes approved as presented. We have two items on our agenda today. The first is our work session on the FY 2024 budget. The public comment period on the proposed budget closed last week, and we are scheduled to adopt the budget at the committee and the board level at our April 14th meeting. Today's work session will allow us to hear the feedback we received during the comment period, and it will allow board members to offer any changes to the proposed budget. By the end of today's session, I'd like for staff to have clear direction on a final budget package to bring forward to the board on April 14th. The way that I think we'll accomplish that is I know there are several folks here, members of the board, that have some changes they'd like to see in the budget, so we'll recognize each of those individuals, have a discussion about those issues, and then we're going to take a straw vote, essentially to give staff direction as to where, as a board, we'd like to go. This is not the final vote. You can change your vote in the end, but I kind of operate from the philosophy of ask, don't task. So if we're going to have staff go down the road of preparing significant amount of work for our April 14th meeting, I want to make sure that it's on items that the majority of the board is interested in pursuing. The second item on today's agenda is an update on Metro Rail ridership calculations, fare evasion, and Metro's efforts to mitigate fare evasion through a faregate retrofit program. So I'd like to turn the floor over to staff to provide us with information to inform our work session on the budget.
Good morning, Chairman Letourneau and members of the committee. My name is Yetunde Olumide, I'm the Chief Financial Officer and Executive Vice President. This morning, Ms. Benson, Mr. Webster, and I will discuss the proposed FY24 budget and services included in that proposal. We will also provide a preliminary overview of the public participation process and the Title VI equity analysis. Historically, passenger revenue funded about 36% of the operating budget, of which 80% was Metro Rail revenue. Ridership and revenue are gradually improving but remain below pre-COVID levels. With federal relief funding, the remaining balance of our FY24 operating budget Operating costs are directly linked to service levels, and 70% of the total expenses are for personnel-related expenses to operate Metrobus, Metrorail, and paratransit services and their management. The proposed FY24 to 29 six-year CIP plan investments total about $14.4 billion, and the FY24 capital budget investment is $2.4 billion. Progress has been made in addressing the immediate capital needs, and the six-year CIP continues to reduce the backlog of unmet capital projects. After the budget was proposed in December, the board approved the docket for public comment in January, with public hearings held earlier this month in Maryland, DC, and the Commonwealth of Virginia, and one held virtually. In summary, this proposed FY24 budget includes many initiatives critical to our customers and our region. Safety enhancements promotes the state of good repair and enables the modernization and electrification of the vehicle fleet, such as fare modernization program, supply chain modernization, the zero-emission bus program, the Northern Bus Garage conversion, and Bladensburg Bus Garage electrification as well. An improved transit network with more frequency within the central portion of the system to serve fast-growing areas with high ridership potential, provide efficient and predictable transfers, and increase job accessibility. A simpler Metrorail fare structure for customers and a new low-income fare program that makes transit more affordable for our customers. Customer service and communications improvements, including funding for a new Metro Integrated Communication Center and sustainability projects such as the bus electrification program. To sum up the gap closure conversation, the anticipated $185 million operating funding gap will be closed through a combination of recovering ridership, revenue from the non-passenger sources, revenue from fare optimization initiatives, expense management, including $3 million for vacancy savings, and increased federal formula funding for maintenance. In addition, new above-base services include improved service frequencies on orange, green, and yellow lines, more frequent service on 4 specified bus routes, and the opening of the Potomac Yard Station. This table shows a comparison of our FY23 budget to our recommended FY24 budget. This slide summarizes the 24 budget's revenue and expenses. Ridership is expected to continue to improve from 53% of pre-COVID or pre-pandemic levels in FY23 to about 70% in FY24. As total revenue improves from about $382 million to over $500 million. As a note, year-to-date ridership through February in FY23 is at 59% of pre-COVID levels. Total federal ARPA relief funding is budgeted at $561 million in FY24, which is the remaining balance we expect to have available for use in FY24. As a reminder, there are a lot of for customers in this budget, including simpler and more affordable fares, such as lower rail base fare, consolidation of peak and off-peak fare structure, and the first region-wide low-income fare program that is expected to add about 1.6 million trips annually. This budget provides for increased service on the green and yellow lines. Frequency would increase from 10 to 12 minutes to every 6 minutes all day. And on the orange line, peak frequency would improve to 7.5 minutes from 10 minutes. These optimizations will make trips and transfers faster and more predictable. On Metrobus, frequent bus service would be expanded with the B2, A12, 16M, and 11Y. Other improved safety and customer service enhancements include customer service hours that have increased by about 48%, weekday hours were extended by 5 hours, weekend hours were established as well. Overall supportable hours increased by about 29 hours. Expanded police patrol and transit on transit routes and stations, expansion of the video technology on buses, trains, and stations. Finally, the budget also provides improved safety and customer service, such as crisis ambassadors, intervention specialists, and police deployed around the system. Tom will now present the service and fare optimization proposal.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and members of the board. I will highlight quickly, you've heard several times the summaries of these proposals, but spend a little bit more time on a few topics we heard public comment on. So as Yetunde just summarized, we're advancing through this budget incremental Metrobus frequency and access improvements, more frequent Metro rail service, and proposals to launch the low-income fare discount program, and a significant simplification of Metro rail fares, all with an eye towards improving service and the experience of our customers, encouraging ridership, increasing revenue, and advancing equity. The rail optimization proposal increases daily train trips all day and provides very frequent service in the center of the system, providing a strong base service for the entire system and region. Trains will arrive every 3 to 6 minutes at core transfer stations, and trains will arrive every 8 to 12 minutes or better system-wide. So again, at a relatively modest cost of $19 million for the year. The first part of the proposal is increased green and yellow line service. And by running more trains, the entire green and yellow lines will receive 6-minute service all day instead of just in the combined parts. Improvements proposed will especially benefit parts of the southern green line that have been traditionally less served despite their location close to the core. And this combines significant equity benefits with high ridership potential. This is a significant potential for ridership growth, includes these locations that have seen less development historically, like Congress Heights, where a new hospital, affordable housing, and retail businesses are planned, as well as some of our highest ridership growth stations in entertainment and stadium areas in this part of the region. Similarly, this substantially improves yellow line connections from the fastest growing parts of Alexandria and Arlington into downtown DC, and increases utilization of one of our key assets, the Yellow Line Bridge. Overall, this is a 34% more service on the green and yellow lines compared to our baseline budget. Achieving 6-minute service or better for all parts of the green and yellow line requires turning trains at Mount Vernon Square because of the current constraints of Metro's infrastructure and railcar fleet. About 3 out of 4 green and yellow line customers will see more frequent service with their wait times reduced by 33 to 50%. Yellow line service will resume in May with service between Huntington and Mount Vernon Square following the reopening of the Yellow Line Bridge and Tunnel. And at that time, both green and yellow line service are expected to be at 8-minute frequency during the peak period when that yellow line service resumes. During the public hearings, we heard from the public about the change in the yellow line service pattern. For some background on how customers use the green and yellow lines, 88% of all green and yellow line trips are either to and from the center of the system, so the 4 stations between Mount Vernon Square and LaFont Plaza, or within the same segment, same end of the line. A majority of all, so about 65% of all green and yellow line trips are to and from the center of the system. 12% of green and yellow line trips are from one end of the line to the other, and 5% of the total are on the yellow line between the northern and southern segments, which in the future will require a transfer, but will also benefit from substantially increased frequency. Based on some of the comments from customers and some further analysis, we will be updating the service plan to include both green and yellow line trains every 7.5 minutes during late night periods, which is comparable to the service levels in the baseline budget. So the green and yellow lines, along with the red line, have the highest late night ridership in the system, and we often need to supplement service during these periods to serve events at particularly at Nationals Ballpark and Capital One Arena. And as we've discussed a number of times, the combination of increased frequency and predictable and efficient transfers really unlocks the benefits of the whole transit network, giving customers access to many more destinations than in the baseline proposal or baseline budget, basically access to jobs within 30-minute travel time from their home station, in this example, Anacostia. The second primary part of the rail service proposal is to run more Orange Line trains to provide 7.5-minute peak frequency and 10-minute all-day frequency. This also leads to substantial improvements in segments of the Orange Line that share track with the Blue and Silver Line. It improves potential connections to New Carrollton, Amtrak, MARC, and the future Purple Line at New Carrollton, and increases frequency in the busy Roslyn to Ballston corridor. And this is about 23% more service than the baseline FY23 budget. Moving briefly to bus, Metro is working to make bus service better and more frequent, addressing our top customer priorities. We're building off of service improvements made over the past couple of years with three frequency improvements and 1 line restoration. This is in advance of and in anticipation of the bus network redesign project that is underway, and the board will hear an update on in a couple of weeks in early April. In terms of fares, the FY24 fare proposal optimizes Metro's fare structure by advancing the board's adopted fare policy principles with simple and standardized fares for customers, reduced fares for low-income customers, and maintaining the $2 flat fare on late nights and weekends. And also, this combination of changes generates increased revenue and is expected to drive increased ridership. On this slide, you see Metro's current fare structure on the left and the proposed simplified structure on the right. Consolidating the fare periods results in a single regular fare range while preserving that late night and weekend $2 fare. Lowering the rail base fare to $2 also aligns that base fare with the base bus fare. The proposal extends the rail max fare from $6 to $6.50 and the mileage charge a standardized 40 cents per mile after the first 3 miles for rail trips. A regional low-income fare program administered by Metro will support equity and transit access in the region for those least able to afford the cost of travel. The proposal would be offered to eligible low-income customers based on their enrollment in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, a 50% discount similar to Metro's existing reduced fare programs for seniors and riders with disabilities. Customers will be able to enroll for the program online or in person and have the discount sent directly to their existing physical or virtual mobile Smart Trip card. The pass would then activate when the customer taps and apply that 50% discount to their trip. In addition to the proposed low-income fare program, Metro has existing pass products that can help customers save, especially for regular customers taking long trips. Very briefly on our capital program, the capital program anticipates $2.28 billion of capital investment in capital projects and programs next fiscal year, and over the 6-year period, about $12.4 billion will be invested, with a 10-year unconstrained need estimated at approximately $27 billion. The focus of Metro's capital program continues to be on the replacement, rehabilitation, maintenance, and modernization projects and programs to improve service for customers, service reliability, safety, and modernizing our region's transit system. In FY24, Metro will invest over $24 billion in the system. Many of these investments are direct positive improvements for customers and visible to customers, including new buses, digital signs, passenger information displays, ongoing elevator and escalator rehabilitation and replacement. Behind the scenes, there are substantial investments to continue to improve the infrastructure and systems that support service and operations. We have a number of large facility and system rehabilitation projects underway. The replacement of Bladensburg and Northern Bus garages with new zero-emission facilities, the planning for the replacement of Western Bus Garage, water leak mitigation in our tunnels, and repair and replacement of aerial structures and bridges across the system. With regional dedicated capital funding and substantial federal investment, Metro has made substantial and continuous progress in reducing the backlog of overdue capital and maintenance work, and improve system safety and service reliability. As we look towards the future transformation and modernization of the system, our baseline state of good repair and reinvestment needs will continue, and we're advancing the planning and early implementation of new and expanding modernization programs, including our zero-emission vehicles, 8,000 series rail cars, and rail capacity improvements. These needs are substantial, and we look forward to working with the board and the region to advance them. Our planning team will be here later this morning with an update on the zero-emission bus transition plan, and next month with updates on our Better Bus program, as well as the Blue and Silver quarter capacity and reliability project plan. I will now turn it to Christy Benson for an update on our public engagement.
Thank you. Good morning. Chair Letourneau, members of the board, I'm going to talk to you about our public engagement strategy, and I want to share a number of tactics we use to make sure that people were engaged throughout the region. You could engage with us a number of ways. That was in person, online, by written comment, virtually, or by phone. That period was February 18th through March the 16th. We actually advertised March 15th and had some intermittent website issues, so extended the opportunity for individuals to take the survey by 1 day. We had 4,150 participants. That's 1,000 more comments this year than last year, which is about 28%. And again, we engage with the community in a number of ways. 4% of our survey respondents took it in Spanish, and we had 93% of our feedback received via the online tool that we advertised. We made sure that our staff was at all 97 Metro stations, that they were on Metro buses and MetroAccess at the most impacted bus stops, and certainly that we had a number of digital signage promoting all the ways that you could engage with us throughout the system. Again, our in-person outreach, we took measures to make sure that we collaborated with a number of different partners to ensure that we were reaching people in different ways. So we collaborated with MTPD to hold outreach events at 2 high schools and the Youth Council. We wanted to talk with them about the budget proposal and how it impacts the region and how they could get involved as they obviously continue to grow and become contributing citizens in the DMV. Our outreach staff also visited a number of SNAP locations. As you know, the Low Income Fare Project is geared towards SNAP, so we wanted to make sure that we were engaging that base and dropped off materials to them to ensure that they could obviously have more information about that particular program and ways to engage in that program. This was also the first time that we held hybrid meetings. So we had a number of people participate in public, and we also had a number of participants that participated virtually. We had ASL interpretation at all of those locations, and 43 people provided public testimony. We also made efforts to do a number of explainer videos, and that was in English and in Spanish. And these videos really highlighted key points of the budget proposal. So again, we pushed a number of notifications through transit apps. We used digital banners. We did a number of ads in Spanish on radio and multiple ads in local papers. Again, opportunities to engage with people in all ways, wherever they may be. And of course, I want to highlight Nextdoor, which is a great tool for us to engage with communities. Again, stakeholder engagement was extremely important, and we wanted to make sure that we reached all the communities. Our website and our web page was an important tool. You heard me say earlier, 93% of people engage with us through that online tool. So a number of toolkits, press releases, a number of engagements on social media. Again, anything that we could do leading up to February 18th to ensure that they knew about the FY24 budget proposal and could provide feedback accordingly. Let's see if we can.
At Metro, we're working hard to expand access and advance equity for our customers across the region. And our fiscal year 2024 budget calls for a new program to increase affordability for some of our most critical customers. Metro is proposing to launch a new low-income fare program that will offer a 50% discount on rail and bus trips. Customers who receive Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program benefits, also known as SNAP, would be eligible to enroll in this proposed program. We continue to work on making your Metro better. Please visit WMATA.com/budget to read through all of the 2024 budget proposals and take our survey. Your feedback is key to making sure we're on the right track.
And again, we did those particular advertisements in English and in Spanish. I want to highlight the snapshot that's before you. Again, 3,200 responses to our online survey. Again, this is simply a snapshot, and want to make sure that I highlight our team who did a fantastic job of providing this information very quickly, and certainly you will receive all the information that we received during the process. But I want to say that to summarize this page, it was yes to more service, yes, and that's on rail and bus, definitely yes to fare simplification, and then yes to our capital budget proposal. So again, you see that there were many participants. This is just a snapshot of the feedback we received. We also received a number of feedback on social media. Again, the participants who provided comment to us written, in person, virtually, and by phone are the comments that you will see reflected in the feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Moving briefly to a summary of our Title VI equity analysis process. Title VI of the Civil Rights Act requires Metro and other transit providers to prepare equity analyses for permanent major service changes and all changes to fares and access to fare media. This analysis determines whether the proposed changes will have a disparate impact on the basis of race, color, or national origin, or a disproportionate burden on low-income riders. It seeks to avoid harm, but is baseline to status quo. So advancing and achieving equity does require going beyond this Title VI process, requires broader systemic look at the distribution of transit infrastructure and services, quality of those services, and the potential to address past harms. The board in 2020 adopted a framework for transit equity that renewed Metro's commitment to advancing equity in transit and focuses on specific policy areas, including both service and fare equity. This budget proposal advances equity for our customers, communities, and region in a number of tangible ways, including the rail service frequency improvements, particularly on the Green Line, the bus service improvements that are proposed, fare simplification, and the low-income fare program. Metro recently hired our first ever Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer to help us work towards achieving equitable outcomes, and she's engaging specifically with this Title VI analysis process. Next month, our team will be back with the specific Title VI analysis of the final proposed budget, service and fare plans for the board's review and approval. And importantly, that analysis is of the final proposal for board adoption. We have been doing Title VI equity analysis scans along the way as these proposals were prepared and considered. So we don't anticipate any surprises among the things that were considered by the board and the public. This slide shows a summary of that process that's used to conduct the service equity analysis, and we'll review this in more detail next month, particularly in the detailed staff report. And just briefly on Metro's customer demographics, approximately 83% of Metrobus riders are minority, and 50% have a household income of $30,000 or less. And on MetroRail, according to our most recent MetroRail passenger survey that was just completed, about 46% of riders are minority and 13% have a household income of $30,000 or less. And of course, these are important because these serve as the base and the inputs into which service changes and fare changes are analyzed as part of the process.
Thank you, Tom. So with that, we have now completed the public hearings and are currently in the budget workshop stage, We'll present our recommended budget to the board on April 14th. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you, for all the work that you've done. In particular, I know that I really challenged Christy and her team to get us an early look at the public hearing comments, but I thought that that would be very valuable for us as we engage in this work session rather than getting it at the budget adoption day. Why don't we just take a moment and just see if anybody has any questions specifically on what was just presented before we get into any potential changes. I know I have one, but I see several, so let me just start down here with Dr. Lowe.
Okay, I have a couple questions about the proposed yellow line turnback. You said something that about like the number of rail cars that we have. Do we have enough rail cars to run 6-minute service on all of the green line and all of the yellow line?
No, not today, we do not know.
Okay, so that's the reality. And I've heard some concerns about, this is not the first time we've proposed such a turnback or had such a turnback. I've heard some concerns from people who remember operationally what the previous turnback was like, that like just the process of doing the turnback was a little bit messy, and there's some skepticism out there that we can execute the turnback in a way that is going to deliver 6-minute headways. I'm hearing from people who are like, I remember standing at Mount Vernon and like seeing the time of the next rail car like increment up because it was like taking too long to scooch in there and do the turnback, and that like the yellow line trains that were turning around were like in the way of green line trains, and that it didn't work out to the headways that were scheduled. Do we have an operational concern about executing this turnback?
No. I think there are certainly, there will be times when there are service interruptions or challenges, so I don't want to suggest otherwise, but we have, over the course of the last 9 months, spent quite a bit of time on the service plan and the schedule, and we believe this balances the service needs, the operational needs. Should say this service pattern requires more rail cars and rail car operators than we have today, so we are going to be building to this over the course of the next several months. In doing that, we will also relearn how to perform this turnback in service, and building towards this level of service.
Okay, so it's going to take some time to really adjust the operational reality to doing this anyway, but we'll have an opportunity to literally practice it.
Yes.
Okay.
Board member, the only thing I'd add on is, there could have been times in the past where, I think to Tom's point, there's a disabled train, a signal drop, something like that. But we do these things on a daily basis with a disabled train or some other issue, or we do it when we do early outs at night or weekend diversions. So like that section, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, we did a diversion up there and had a turn back. We do that every night on the red line with the water mitigation work that's going on. So the team is used to doing that. There's a difference between doing that and just going into regular operation. And so, I mean, the junction's set up for this. The ideal scenario, of course, would be probably a turn back at Port Taunton, but we don't have that infrastructure, and that is in the long-term capital, what we'd like to be. But Brian, Andy, the team has really worked through this. It's not like we're running a 2-minute headway there. That should be plenty of time to turn a train.
Okay. So we're not talking about like some dusty pocket of track that no one's been in for 10 years.
No. Used all the time.
Okay.
Like we'll use that tonight, probably to park a train for a gap train after a CAPS game, as an example.
Okay. Okay, and now I have something that is a comment and not a question, which is I have heard some feedback from folks who feel that by continuing to consider this turnback proposal that the board is not listening, because we have heard some feedback that is not in favor of the turnback proposal. So I specifically would like to note that 55% of the input that we received specifically about the turnback was supportive of this proposed service change. Another 26% were not sure, perhaps because certainly a lot of the comments that I heard against the proposal did not seem to be aware that we were proposing 6-minute headways on the green line. I can specifically recall one public comment where the commenter was bemoaning the fact that he was going to have to face a 12-minute headway at L'Enfant Plaza, which is not what the proposal is. So I want to recognize and validate that this is a confusing service change and that we've struggled to communicate this. But I think this slide that's up right now is really great and helps to clarify what this proposal is. There will be more time to consider every public comment that we've received, and I personally am committed to reading every single comment that's going to be. I read them all last year, and even though apparently there's 36% more, I will read them all this year too. But I think I would like to caution everyone who feels not heard right now to remember that it is not our job to only hear the loudest voices who have an opinion about a proposed service change. It is our job to hear every voice that is impacted by a proposed service change, and I am committed to doing that.
Okay. I think we had, okay, Ms. Babers.
Thank you all for the presentation. Surprisingly, my question is also about the turnback. And Tom, I think you may have answered it when you answered Dr. Lowe's question, but let me just rephrase it or get some clarity, because at the public hearing that DC did, especially, there was a lot of concerns about the turnback at Mount Vernon Square. So in your presentation, you indicated that the reason we needed to do the turnback was because we did not have the infrastructure to not do it. In order to get these 6-minute headways, we have to do the turnback. Was that the correct statement that you made?
Yes, but let me add a little bit, Director Babers. The goal here is optimizing and balancing service across the different segments of the green and yellow line. So increasing service frequency significantly on the southern end of both lines. In order to do that, we don't have the infrastructure to turn trains anywhere along those lines other than at Mount Vernon Square, so the physical rail infrastructure, and we don't have enough trains system-wide to run service from both ends of the southern part of the Green Line all the way to Greenbelt. That's too much rail car infrastructure relative to our existing fleet. So this is a way of balancing service on these lines, increasing service on these lines substantially, and then using the infrastructure that we have.
Great. You did exactly what I needed you to do, is explain just a little bit more to the listening public and those who were opposed that we do not have the infrastructure in terms of to physically turn a train anywhere but Mount Vernon Square at the moment, and we do not have enough enough Metro Rail cars to continue going all the way to Greenbelt in order to get to where we want to get to, which is 6-minute headways. So even though people may be against the turnarounds, it's for the good of the entire system. And sometimes, unfortunately, there will be customers that feel like they're negatively being impacted, but we need to look at things in terms of the entire system. And like Tracy said, that is what the board, that is what we try to make sure that we do. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Goldman. Oh, sorry.
That's right.
Okay, Mr. Goldman, then I'll go to Mr. Spedberg.
Since you're talking about the yellow line turnbacks, we in Maryland have some concerns about that. It's not a question to direct at staff, but it's a question for discussion among the board. So I don't know if you want to deal with the whole yellow line issue now, or whether you want to hold that until we segue into actual discussion among board members.
Well, I don't know that there's a proposal coming on the yellow line turnback issue, right?
No, there's a proposal.
There is a proposal,
Yeah.
a change from what's here. Okay, then if there is something that you're proposing to change, then we can hold until we have that discussion.
Fair.
Okay, then Mr. Smedberg.
Thank you. Tom, to a point of information, your last slide with the customer demographics. You have, the last slide before next steps, yeah. So you have 50% low income, 13% low income based on the customer survey. And then you have the asterisk of 30K a year. How does that relate to the SNAP program? Or does it at all? And I know each jurisdiction has its own requirements and thresholds, but in general, I mean, and if that doesn't align to SNAP, how many of those people within the 13% are captured by the SNAP program? Do we know that figure?
They are not the same.
Okay.
The nature of this is a survey question to our customers. The eligibility criteria for SNAP are similar to this. I can't quickly do the math for you here, but I'm happy to try to crosswalk those two things separately.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if I necessarily have to have that, but I'm just was really more curious about that.
I think generally high level,
Yeah.
They are reasonable proxies for each other,
Okay.
but not exactly.
Not exact. Yeah. Okay, thanks. And then I'm also interested, since we've implemented the weekend and late night $2 flat fare, what are we seeing in that area there in terms of ridership and the success of that program?
So we have seen growth, well, really across the board, but certainly customers have responded to both the weekend $2 flat fare and the late night, which has been in place now for 3/4 of a year, I guess. So good positive response, but then again against a backdrop where there's overall growth.
Yeah, thank you.
And I just have a question about the low-income fare program that's come up in some of the discussions we've had with jurisdictions, which is in terms of implementation, how exactly will that work? A customer can, I think, the way that I understand it, a customer can apply essentially, I think even web-based we have on here. Are we then going to verify with that customer's home jurisdiction that they are indeed eligible? That they're a SNAP recipient and therefore eligible?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Letourneau. So we are working through the exact details of program implementation and are planning to come back to the board, I believe, in May with the details. In general here, our approach is going to be to require evidence of participation in SNAP, so an ID card, as part of the sign-up process. We are thinking carefully about barriers to access to the program to make it as easy as possible for someone to sign up. So those are some of the things we're weighing in program design, and we're actively working on that right
Okay, I guess the only request that I would make is if we have a piece of this that will require the participation from the jurisdictions, that we just make sure that they're part of our discussion for implementation in case there is some sort of administrative burden that increases on their end that they can be prepared for.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right, so why don't we transition then to potential
Mr. Chair.
changes to the budget from board members? Oh, is there another question?
I'm sorry, yeah.
Mr. Smedberg.
I'm sorry, I have one other question. Tom, the capital budget hasn't gotten much discussion, and the budget hearings I chaired, I don't think I really heard anything at all about it. We saw some comments from the jurisdictional staff about it, and I know it's something that our funding partners do focus on, as you know. So we have a pretty aggressive capital program for the next few years. We know what is going to happen potentially around 29, 23, or 30. But we're pretty good in that regard. We're going to be able to still commit to those projects with the dollars we have and keep up with that aggressive pace, because I know that is very important to them, continuing in that state of good repair and maintaining those capital projects for the system's long-term success.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. I think for, certainly for the FY24 capital budget year, we are in a good spot in terms of commitment, ability to commit to projects and continue our state of good repair and rehab and replacement programs. But you do raise an important point, and that is as overall program capacity decreases, our capacity to make big, longer-term commitments to big projects diminishes. So it is both the capacity constraints for the 6-year period, as you mentioned, in that 29 time period, but in anticipation of that, longer-term investment will start to become a challenge.
Yeah, and I just think that's something that we should, that everyone should be aware of, and the chair and I know the finance committee is focused in on that. And as has the general manager, that, I think it's an important point and something that we need to keep our eye on and certainly don't overlook and take it for granted.
Do you mind if I make a quick comment on that? Mr. Chair, not to be a Debbie Downer in the process here, but I do think it is important that we continue to remind publicly and all of our partners that while we have capital funding through, FY29, FY30, and we're going to come back, we're going to get through May to come back and do a deeper dive on capital. And the team is really executing very well this year. We're really doing well on it. I think we have to also remember that next year we have, better part of $700+ million operating deficit. I think it's clear that we would have to reassess our capital program, even if it's funded, to what would you fund if you have no operating dollars to run a system. And I think
exactly
yeah. And I think it's really important we keep reminding everyone that in a lot of ways, 2018 solved one bucket without solving the other, and we got to be careful to solve now and next year to solve the other bucket. In 2029, we got a capital problem again. And thinking about how they work together to have long-term planning as an organization, I think is really important. So for another day, so I thank you for kind of highlighting that topic, because it is going to be, after we get through this budget, I think as an organization, we got to be incredibly focused on the 10, 15-year, 20-year plan.
Well, I appreciate that. And it's great to know the GM has that on the top of his mind. And every time I read or see a presentation from Yatunde or Tom, that immediately comes to mind for me. So I thank you for that. And I just wanted to clarify that because it is an important piece of this.
Okay. We can go ahead then and transition to some discussion about any potential changes to this budget. I think the three of us over here, maybe they grouped us together on purpose, are the ones that may have those changes. I will have a proposal on the max fare to go from $6.50 to $6. I know Board Member Klein has some discussion about access, and Mr. Goldman has some discussion about a number of issues, including the max fare. So why don't I start with Ms. Klein? Why don't you ask a question or propose what you're thinking on access, or both?
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Letourneau. First of all, I just want to say I think this budget is really great, and I really appreciate all the work that's gone into it. There are so many moving pieces, and this is not a sort of status quo budget. This has some really interesting, innovative ideas in it. So I thank you for all the work that's gone into that. Talking about fares, I really think that the focus on fare simplification and affordable access through the low-income fare program are very important elements of this budget to help people across the region who may be struggling to pay for transportation along with other household costs that they have. After hearing from our customers, I do think that there is more that this budget could do to apply those affordable access for all to our MetroAccess customers. For example, as proposed, the low-income fare program does not currently apply to MetroAccess. We've heard from the AAC many times that our MetroAccess customers have a top priority of more predictable fares. One way that I think we could achieve that is to look at offering a $4 flat fare for MetroAccess trips. That's about as simple and predictable as you can get. I realize that the economics of providing MetroAccess service are not the same as the economics of providing Metrobus and MetroRail service, and there are reasons that we structured the fare for MetroAccess the way that we had structured it for many years. But now that we're looking at fares from a holistic customer-focused perspective, I think that that all of our customers should be able to expect simple and affordable fares regardless of which ones of our services they use. So I do think that we should consider doing a flat fare for MetroAccess. I understand from our development of the budget and prior discussions that we've had that the revenue impact is not that significant in the whole scheme of the budget. There may be other ways to get at this issue, and I would be open to those, but I do think that the simplest would be a flat fare of $4. So that's what I'm proposing that we add to the budget. So I'd like to ask a couple of questions about that. One, first of all, to clarify, I'm using the term $4 flat fare as a bit of a proxy. What I think I'm actually talking about is a $4 cap, because there are occasional fares that are lower than $4 for certain circumstances. And so that's actually what I'm saying when I say flat fare. But the first question is, within the budget as proposed, would we be able to adopt a $4 flat fare as I've just described without going back out to public hearing?
Thank you for your question, Board Member Klein. I believe the answer is yes. On that we would be able to do that without going back out. And if I can talk about the financials a little bit, to the extent that we do move forward with a $4 fare cap on MetroAccess, there would be some revenue changes associated with that, looking at approximately $500,000 to $1 million maybe of a revenue decline. On that, we would have to offset the revenue losses. We may be able to do so within the MetroAccess mode by doing some possible shifts to Abilities Ride where we can, shifting about 100,000 trips to Abilities Ride at this time based on our current projections would reduce the cost of those specific rides. Would get a discount. It would be like a 28% discount. If we're able to do that, that would yield about $1.3 million of savings. And so dependent on what the final ask or proposal is, we're able to scale that back and forth to offset any revenue losses.
Thank you. That's very helpful information. I really appreciate the time it took you to look into that and develop those numbers. It sounds like we could adopt a proposal like this without adversely impacting some of the other things we've talked about today, the service changes that we've talked about for bus and rail, the addition of crisis intervention specialists and ambassadors. I don't think our intention would be to take any resources away from those programs. So can you confirm this wouldn't have to do that?
That is accurate. This would not adversely impact any of the existing programs in this proposal.
And my last question is just, I wouldn't anticipate this, but would you anticipate any Title VI concerns arising from this change?
No, ma'am, I would not.
Okay. Those are the questions that I have. That's the proposal, and I'd love to hear what others.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and just, so Board Member Klein has proposed, I think if I'm hearing the exact ask right, that a cap of $4 on access fare, and the direction to staff would be to provide us an offset, which it sounds like they've done some work on, that would be available to us as a budget amendment on April 14th. So that's a proposal. Let's see if there's discussion on that proposal from my colleagues. Start with Ms. Martin Proctor.
Hi, Director Klein. Thank you so much for that question, for that really interesting information. I just wanted to follow up with regards to what you said, and I'm not sure if these numbers can also be looked at as we move forward and kind of clarifying and digging down on this proposal. I know what I've heard in the community is that a lot of people choose not to take MetroAccess because they're not aware of what the cost is going to actually be for them with the fluctuation with regards to trips and transit and travel. Do you think, or do you feel we can get some numbers with regards to the increase in ridership if there is a flat fare or a $4 cap?
Thank you for that question. I believe at this time that there would be a slight increase in ridership, some elasticity there. But again, I think it also increases maybe the predictability of the fares if we cap it at $4. And I think that would be appealing to the customers as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Lowe?
My question is about the potential offset of revenue loss through using Abilities Ride. That, like, the numbers were a little confusing to me. That was almost like, this is gonna cost $500,000 in like foregone revenue, but then we'll like somehow like print money and make $1 million. Could you walk me through those numbers again?
Sure.
She is wearing green, but I don't think we're printing money.
Sarah has a
I mean,
precedent.
there was like an enormous cash register sound that just went off in my head, and so I'm just like,
We're gonna print a lot for next.
how can we get it? Let's really dig in here. Where was that? I heard million, like, what did I hear?
No, thank you for that, Dr. Lowe. So what it would be is as we increase the volume of potential riders that could go onto Abilities Ride, we would receive a discount on the cost of that service being provided. So at this time, if we're currently at about 500,000 trips on Abilities Ride, that costs us about $35 thereabout. And if we're to increase that, the increment of 100,000, the unit cost comes down to about
It's like shopping
20.
at Costco.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Got it.
I don't
Thank
know.
you.
I always spend a lot of money at Costco.
I mean, guys, this is an incredible idea. And Sarah, I so appreciate you raising this. I remember at the end of last year's budget hearings, standing in the old HQ, which thank goodness we'll never have to do again, and us saying like, really gotta like look into this, but like, you're the one who actually looked into this. Great work here.
Thank you, but I will say, actually, Tom and Yatunde were the ones who looked into it.
Okay, so, yes, Mr. Goldman, go ahead.
You mentioned, I guess, in your paper to Ms. Klein that there would be offsets that could work for this budget in FY '24. Could you come back to us what those offsets would be and whether they would just be one-time offsets for FY '24 so that they wouldn't carry over to future budget years? And if that's the case, you know, what's the potential impact on the jurisdictions in terms of the subsidy load for continuing to maintain MetroAccess with the $4 flat fare? So I don't expect you to address that today, but when you come back in response to Sarah's proposal, I think we all have to have a clear understanding of, you know, what are the offsets and what does it mean for future subsidy obligations by the jurisdictions for MetroAccess going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. I believe I can address that now, if that's okay. So with this current proposal and with the question asked by Board Member Klein, the change can be made effective for FY '24. And again, based on board approval, we can move forward with that. Should we get further direction to change and lift the cap off of the $4, we're able to revert back as well, and also revert back the increase on the paratransit cost if approved.
Sure, I guess what's confusing me is that in your note to Ms. Klein, you indicate that the revenue impact would be approximately $500,000. And you said that can be offset by cost savings in the MetroAccess service budget. So I'm trying to understand what are those cost savings and whether those are one-time cost savings or whether those are continuing cost savings that will be realized in future years.
Thank you. So the cost savings are specifically the discount I just went through. So to the extent that we can increase the number of rides on Abilities Ride, if we go from 500,000 to 600,000, we receive a 28% discount, and the unit cost goes from $35 to $27. The delta in there gets you to the 1.3 million. And we're able to scale that back and forth to offset the revenue losses brought about by a $4 cap.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, so we believe this is perpetual in the cost savings.
Okay, so proposal from Board Member Klein. I think that there is pretty much unanimous support up here for this, and I want to thank you also for diving into this and some of the conversations we had about it. Is there anybody that is not supportive of bringing this forward for the 14th? Okay, there is not. So that is going to come back to us on April 14th as a formal budget amendment with offsets as discussed. So thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Goldman, you had some things as well.
Yeah, I do want to talk about the increase for off-peak riders, long-haul off-peak riders, but I think first it's probably better to just address the green line turnback, the yellow line turnbacks, and put that to rest since that was already discussed.
Whatever.
From Prince George's County, since that
because you have a system that's operating effectively, efficiently, and it's hard to pull them back. What we impact some things that are happening in Maryland. One example of that would be the possibility of having the FBI headquarters there. Greenbelt is certainly associated with that. Another is we know we have Amazon. We have very attractive housing in Maryland. We want that transportation and that housing to access that housing. And in order to ensure that we don't get locked into something, the proposals that came from the Maryland side are contingent and supported by the Secretary, is to make that turnback a temporary measure with a cutoff of June 2024, with the option of extending it if necessary. We recognize that the driving factor is the fact that we don't have enough trains to accomplish all of the things we want to accomplish on our system. But in this case, rather than make it permanent, let's make it temporary and give us an opportunity to take a look at it again. Hope that we'll have more trains to meet our system requirements in the long run.
So the formal proposal would be to direct staff to come back with a sunset provision in the board resolution that will terminate the turnbacks on June 30th, 2024. And if it's to go beyond that point of time, because there still aren't enough 7,000 rail cars to meet the needs of the system, then the board would be required to actually vote to continue the yellow line turnbacks for another year into FY 25. And I got to tell you, I know Randy wants to speak to this, but I know about turnbacks from personal experience in Montgomery County. We had for many years red line turnbacks on both ends, at Grosvenor on the west side and at Silver Spring on the east side. And they were initially implemented because of a rail car shortage, that there was a need to divert rail cars to some other use for some other expansion of the system. And once those turnbacks are in place, they're tough as anything to end. So unless we build something into a resolution requiring the board to take a look at this again a year from now and decide whether those turnbacks are still needed because there's a lack of 7,000 rail cars to meet the full needs of the yellow line from Greenbelt into Virginia, that we don't want to deal with that issue. And that's our problem, and I guess the one other point I would make here is that there's a lot of talk in the region about having MARC be extended across the Potomac to Virginia. But we now have one seat, one ride that goes from Maryland into Virginia, that serves people from Prince George's County in Maryland, to Reagan National, to the Pentagon, and to the work sites at Amazon in Virginia. We don't want to lose that permanently. we think that's a good thing to have in the region, those one-seat rides connecting Prince George's County with places in Virginia. And so we're asking is that there be a direction that we include a sunset provision in this resolution, so that a year from now, as a board, whoever is the board at that point will have to take a look at this and decide whether that turnback should be continued into a future period. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to the GM first on this.
Yeah, I want to make sure I get clarity from the board on language. So by rule, we come to the board every year through a budget process for approval of a service plan. So in theory, everything that we do on service sunsets every 364 days to get re-upped anyway. So I just want kind of clarity from the board on that, because quite frankly, the staff's proposal isn't based on rail car availability. They're fundamentally, most of us believe in a very, very high value of turnbacks to provide a better network for the system. So one day we will have our service back to full budgeted, hopefully sometime later this summer. But then we would need more rail cars than we actually own as an agency to level the service on the Green Line Southern branch equal to running the full yellow. So while there is a gap in May that is 100% based on rail car and staffing availability, which we have to turn in Mount Vernon or the Green Line will lose service, this is not necessarily a 7K or staffing issue longer term. It is a network redistribution philosophy, and I think Tom's slides showed that it's the way that we believe the southern branch could go from 10 or 12 down to 6, because the board gave us principles of saying grow ridership, equity, sustainability, et cetera. So the board will make that decision. The staff just have to make that decision. I'm looking for clarity on language. So when we come back, is this tied to current fleet and staffing availability? Or is it based on long-term capital, which is really our 8K fleet, which is going to be several years? And just trying to understand that, so when we come back, respectfully, we know exactly how to word that.
Okay, Mr. Smedberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Randy, I have a question. So to Mr. Drummer's point about if we expect later this month the big announcement about the FBI. I mean, that's going to take a while yet. I mean, but let's say they could produce that thing next year if there was a building waiting.
Oh,
I would suspect we would obviously, you would come back to us with a proposal to re-examine service optimization.
100%, because now you have an anchor employer of thousands of people at a rail station. Quite frankly, if RFK Stadium, the Commanders built that, if at Springfield it ends up there, all of those things are kind of, and this is a little bit apropos of our bus network redesign, kind of constantly as a region dynamically moving from status quo to gaining ridership in an ever-evolving region. So yes, there's no debate. If the FBI decision is made, Greenbelt will need more rail service than this proposal has. There's no getting around that. We'd have to have a lot of service, and it might be more green and more yellow, as much as the infrastructure and the core will allow. And in our long-term metro kind of next plan that we'll probably lay out by June, we want turnbacks at other locations as well, which could provide more flexibility in the system, because really we have to get to a point where we're running a lot of service if we ever want to get to very high ridership numbers again. So yeah, so the base to your question, yes, undoubtedly, if Greenbelt is selected, we have to relook at our service plan.
Ms. Babers.
Yes. So I don't really see this as a necessary proposal. And Randy pretty much said what I was going to say, and that is that we as board members, the budget is put before us every year. We have the ability as board members and the responsibility as board members to bring up things that we believe should be brought up as it relates to our jurisdiction. If there was something that Tracy and I needed to bring up as it related to the district, well, it's our responsibility to bring it up. So why would we put forth a proposal? Maryland simply needs to bring it up next year so that we can once again have discussion and then have a vote on it. So I just view this as a necessary proposal.
Mr. Drummer.
So thank you, Ms. Babers. We understand, and I would share with you that we have to communicate to different bodies. From the board perspective, we understand that. Thank you, Randy, for clarifying that. For the public, because they have responded, we need to make it crystal clear where we're going. A lot of folks are not supportive of it. But in this case, we recognize the importance and the power of what we're doing, and we're in agreement with it. What we're saying is, somehow, some way, let's make it clear in all of our communications, not with expectations, just expectations from the Maryland contingent, but also how we communicate to the public and where we stand in the organization and on the staff and with you. That's where I'm coming from. So I think it's a very good proposal. It doesn't take our plans off track, but what it does, it ensures that we're communicating with crystal clarity.
Okay, Dr. Lowe.
Mr. Trump, I really appreciate the heart behind what you're saying. And I'm in total agreement with the sentiment about how important it is that we communicate clearly to the public, what is involved in a particular service proposal and what to expect in the future. It is so interesting to me that we come from a place of total agreement about that to the opposite conclusion. My take here is that turnbacks can be a normal part of providing really excellent service that meets the needs of our entire system. I understand that there is past trauma about turnbacks. I used to live at the West Hyattsville Metro Station. I'm guessing I'm the only board member that's lived on the northern end of the Green Line. I remember what it was like. And when the yellow line was extended further north, this used to only happen in the off-peak. It was like water in the desert to know that there were more trains that could come to get me. With this proposal that we're advancing now, with 6-minute all-day headways on all of the Green Line, that water in the desert is now shared with our South County neighbors at the southern end of the Green Line. And a turnback is a normal and totally okay part of that. This board, operationally into the future, is going to need to communicate to our stakeholders and the general public that turnbacks can be okay. And I'm concerned about this proposal because it's scar tissue based on like turnbacks in the past, like not being okay. We need to normalize turnbacks.
Sure, go ahead, we'll have debate. We don't do that a lot up here, but that's okay, go ahead.
Well, no need to debate. I think you stated it very clear. We're all on the same page. And it's just how we communicate. The message is a little bit confusing. In other words, as I was prepared to listen to all of this, the train shortage sounded like it was the driver, but it's not. It's optimization of our system. And I'm a big proponent of that. And Mr. Goldman, I don't know if you want to discuss this any further. We get it. We just want to be clear on the pathway ahead.
All right, I haven't said anything yet. I think,
Add one more point.
Sure, go ahead.
Because, Tracy, I think we disagree fundamentally as a matter of transportation policy about turnbacks. I've lived through them in Montgomery County. They are terrible. They are not good things. They require people to get off and have their journey at an intermediate point and wait for the next train, which may be 5 minutes, it may be 10 minutes, it may be shorter, it may be longer. People don't like that. And as the points you put in the beginning of your questions to Tom, they're not always a clean working system. They go into pocket tracks. We had pocket tracks, and we still do at Grosvenor. And the train would go into that pocket track, and when it would come out, yeah, maybe it would be delayed a little bit, but people don't like it. They don't like waiting around for those things. So if we have the rail cars and we're providing a regional system, we should be, and we have rail cars and we have tracks from Greenbelt all the way down into Virginia. We should take advantage of that and provide people with one seat, one ride service to the extent possible. So, I don't agree with you that as a fundamental way that we structure the system, that we should think of turnbacks as a good thing. We'll have that debate next year, but I come at this from experience, the red line in Montgomery County, that turnbacks are not good things for our system. They're not good things for riders. So we'll
Okay.
open up on that next year.
I think one of our challenges is we have a system that is both a short haul system serving a metropolitan core with elements of commuter rail in it, given the amount of track we have and how far we go and how long some of the trips are. We have trips that are easily over an hour on our system now. So from an optimization standpoint, I think that is a fundamental question that we're going to have. The way that I kind of view this is sort of as a prove it. There's skepticism about turnbacks. There is one in this budget proposal. Metro's going to have to successfully execute that. Out of deference to our Maryland colleagues, I'm personally okay if, as part of our budget adoption, we make special note of the fact that the board will do a sort of a review of how this has gone, this particular change, and consider it as part of next year's budget. I don't necessarily like the term sunset because, as the general manager said, every one of these initiatives sunsets on June 30th. We have changed the way we do the budget here. We started the budget process in September of last year with every member of the board in both public and private bringing forward items that they wanted staff to dig into as part of a budget development process. So I think I'm comfortable saying automatically that this is one of those items. This will flow right into that discussion for review starting in the fall of next year. And then, will be a subject that the board will be looking at and then discussing as part of the next budget. I don't think that's exactly what has been asked for in terms of language, but I think it's a bit of a compromise. So that's where I stand, Mr. Smember.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You made the point I was going to make, because I remember some of the first discussions we had about this was we really have two systems. We have a short, sort of inner core system, more traditional like a subway, and then you've got in effect, a commuter rail type system. And we've always struggled with both of those. But Tom, I think it was your slide, the yellow-green travel patterns that really struck me when I saw this a couple days ago. 88% of those trips, if you look at that first, this one here, if you look at that first bullet and to the points that Tracy and Lucinda and others have made, and I think that really sort of, this one side sort of put it into focus for me, the whole issue. And, I thought this was really helpful to see these percentages and the number of people that, will be helped in this service optimization. And I think, these debates are good. They are good. Because, as we all know, the last 3.5 years, we have had to make a lot of very difficult decisions on a whole array of issues. And this is just the beginning. Like we said, when Randy came here, everything is on the table. We have to take a really clear, deep dive look at this organization. And I think this is sort of one small piece in that review. And so, I applaud you bringing this forward because it really is, at this point, seems like it is going to be the best way to go for now. And I totally hear what Mr. Goldman and Mr. Drummer are saying and Secretary Wiedefeld. Clearly, I have every confidence that the general manager and his team, if there is an FBI announcement and it is happened to be in Maryland, I'm sure that we will work anything in there, or any other major employer for that matter, whether it be a Greenbelt or New Carrollton or whatever. I mean, we would always take that into consideration. So that's where I am. I'm supportive of what we said, and I agree with the chairman's sort of language in terms of a review and look at this later on.
Okay, I know Ms. Klein wanted to get in and the GM wanted to get in.
Yeah, I just want language clarification at the end. So is the language tied to 7,000 series and staffing availability? Or is the language says, as part of the FY25 budget process, staff will bring back to the board a deep dive conversation about yellow and green turnbacks?
That would be where I would be,
More
but
the latter than the former.
yeah.
Okay, great. We'll take that. Yeah, again, I think this is a good, healthy conversation. I just want to make sure the language we bring back is clear. So I think we feel good. Right, Tom, you on language? Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Klein.
Well, since we've now got agreement, I guess, or maybe, just a quick point. I'm not going to opine on turnbacks being good or bad, although I have also experienced them on two different lines, because I think it is a tool in the toolbox. We'd use it when appropriate and don't when not. I just wanted to point out, at the end of this budget cycle, we are facing a $700 million operating deficit. Everything is going to be back on the table. So, exactly. So that's one thing. The other thing I wanted to point out is that I feel really positive about the level of transparency and the performance metrics that we're entering into for the coming fiscal year, because I think that will actually allow the board and the public to keep better track of how we are executing the service that we're promising. So I think that is that's going to be really helpful throughout the year, and also when it comes time to looking at the effectiveness of this. So just want to make those points.
Okay, Ms. Babers?
You know, I just want to say that I don't think I can still support this regardless of the language, because I don't want us to become one of those boards where we start putting in proposals for everything when it doesn't need to happen. I mean, then let's put forth a proposal that we're going to relook at, you know, every piece of the budget. Well, that's not necessary because it's, you know, Sarah just said that is our job. So what I don't want to do is I don't want us to become that board that starts micromanaging the staff as if we don't know what our job is and what our abilities are. It is our responsibility. And I can sit here right now and say, well, let's put in a proposal for everything that we're going to have the ability to take a look at again. But that would be crazy. I'm not saying your proposal is crazy, or maybe I am. So I just want to make sure that, you know, everyone's clear that I can't support it, and I do not believe my DC colleague will either.
Okay. So I'm not quite sure where that leaves us. I think I sort of proposed the compromise, which is language that would allow staff to specifically say, we will take a look at this. I can live with that out of deference. Perhaps we just want to go around the table and see if that's what staff should bring. I'm not as concerned about this one because I don't think this requires a lot of work. It's kind of either is or it isn't language in the budget. It's not like we're having to recalculate it because we're not actually changing it for 24. So I'm not sure that we have to have as much agreement right now, but why don't we just sort of go down and say, you know, if you can live with that compromise or not. I mean, we got to make a decision, so. Would you like me to start over there? Okay, I'll start with Dr. Lowe.
Can I offer a thought?
Sure, of course.
I don't know if this would satisfy our Maryland colleagues, but what if instead of saying the board will do something that the board is already planning to do, which is look at everything, what if could we ask staff for a report on the performance of this proposal to be due in March or something, which would essentially sort of force the conversation without having the sort of awkward language in the budget?
Sort of do that anyway.
Well, I guess maybe I'll try to. One, I think we could also make it very clear, because I think what Board Member Drummer is suggesting is, you know, we live in our world and not the whole public understands our process. So some people might think this is baked forever. So I think there is some validity that we could kind of better as an organization just remind people that the service plan must be evaluated every year, both through a Title VI and performance, and then it ultimately goes through a process back to the board and a public comment process. So whatever's in the budget this year doesn't necessarily mean it's in the budget next year. So that is kind of, I think, to the point, but it also encapsulates everything we do. Second, staff could maybe bring back like 6 months after implementation, Operations and Safety Committee, and go through ridership, performance, origin destination, public comment, survey, all of that type of thing to see, is this working, or if it's not? And if it's not, we should, staff, and one of the things I'm trying to bring is, we need to be adaptable and not just hold something if it's not working. We need to be able to come back in the mid-year and go, this is not working, and here's why. And if we're not gonna get the ridership bump on the Green Line South, or people are not gonna avail themselves of this much more frequency, then we should be saying that as well. So, I mean, staff's more than committed to do that if that's helpful for the board.
I think some kind of
And Randy,
language that would
but to build
include
on
a
that, Randy, we
requirement.
have quarterly performance reports, and we'll, of course, we will be monitoring the performance of the system because we do that every quarter, because it's literally our job.
Yeah, this one does involve the map looking different, so maybe I think there's a little bit more public sensitivity on not understanding the process. So if the board is comfortable, we could work on language that just kind of gives better explanation of the process holistically of service changes and how it works, and then how the entire service performance will be coming back for our quarterly process, and those would be this place on the website, and we look for public input to that process.
I mean, I sort of like Ms. Klein's suggestion that there be in the budget resolution a requirement that the GM come back after 6 months with a report to the board on what has been the process and progress so far on this turnback, how it's been implemented, and whether it has resulted in the kind of objectives that the general manager's put out for it in presenting it today, or whether it hasn't done the task, done the job.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Smedberg.
Personally, I'm comfortable with where we are. I think we would make adjustments if the FBI announcement is made, or any other major HQ announcement. And I'm concerned 6 months isn't really going to be enough time, because by the time the budget is approved and you start implementing, I mean, I've served on a council, and I know, and Matt, Lucinda, you've probably been there as well, where people, they ask for these reviews, and it's really not enough time to do and get people adjusted and do what needs to be done. So I'm not sure I necessarily agree with Sarah's proposal personally. I'm fine with the proposal, but if it's helpful to, to the chair's, compromise, if it's the consensus of folks. But again, I'm confident that we're going to have the reports coming back, and hopefully more 7,000 series cars. And we were also just talking about ATO. So there are other factors, I think, that we have to wait to see how all that goes before we make any final, determinations. That's just my view. So I'm comfortable with where we are in the original proposal, but I clearly understand if I were sitting in Mr. Drummer or Mr. Goldman's seat, I would understand, with a major impending announcement. And even with that, there would still be a number of years before, a building is built and people, were coming. So, and who knows what the system is going to look like at that point.
Let me just ask staff, what do you think a reasonable time frame would be to evaluate this proposal?
Tom, as you jump, the only thing, my nuance there is, I think we should come back in our quarterly, and if we want to do a special one in 6 months, but we should talk about the entire network, not just one piece.
Sure.
One piece will be clearly shown within the whole.
Yeah.
But I think it's really important we continue to talk as a system, not pieces of a system, because all the pieces will be shown, but it's really fundamental that we run a system, not a confederation of pieces.
Agree. But
We've done in the past. I mean, yeah.
okay. So is there?
Well, I think the chair is right. Like right now, we're staffing is a big issue.
Yeah.
We're working with WMSC on 7K, and obviously ATO, and in this line, ATO isn't scheduled for like towards the end of the year. But I think these quarterly reports are going to give us good feels and checkpoints. So I don't think like anything's going to be definitive in 6 months, but we're going to see trend analysis. Okay. And I want to keep reminding him, Tom mentioned this, we talked about this, I think 2 months ago, but this actually goes into effect in May. Because remember, when we open the yellow line, we need to do the turnbacks because at that point, we do not have enough trains and staff to keep the same green line service. So we've all, I want to keep putting that out there so no one's caught off guard, because otherwise we have to really degrade the green line service to run the yellow. We just don't have enough trains and staff right at the moment.
Right.
So the chair's probably right to the letter of the law that 6 months isn't perfect, but I think we'll have 3 or 4 opportunities to come back to the board and publicly discuss where the network is advancing before we ever have to make another budget decision.
Okay. Did you need to say something? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we don't need to micromanage this. This proposal just feels like a backwards looking, like old way of doing business. I don't feel that the team at WMATA, this executive leadership team, this entire team I have not seen anything that would justify this level of micromanagement. I have total confidence that the way that we operate right now is sufficient to continue all of these conversations. And I think that we have more insight into how WMATA is operating right now than the average person. And part of the job of this board is, if we have that confidence, we should demonstrate that confidence. We should share that confidence with our appointing authorities and with the general public.
Mr. Joe.
Yes, we just want to ensure that we don't have the unintended message of permanence. And Mr. Goldman, I don't know where you stand right now. That's the bottom line.
Okay, I think where we've come to then is we will be getting quarterly reports. We will specifically look at this item. And I think in all of the communication that goes out, particularly from our Maryland board members, because look, I understand you're hearing feedback from jurisdictions that are our funding partners. And, as much as I agree with everything you guys just said, I also appreciate that sensitivity. I think the message is we're going to look at this again in the next budget, and there will be ample opportunity to do that. And that could be a message from the Maryland board members, but as a Metro as a whole is going to look at the performance of this specifically and, evaluate how it's working. Does that sound like a reasonable? Okay, all right, let's yes.
I just want to clarify. So the general manager and I guess the general counsel, are you
I think we
clear with?
And we'll get that. We'll make sure. But I think we have a really good sense of what everyone's trying to do, which is it's mostly about communicating to the public of the permanency, and that we as a group always bring stuff back, analyze it, and we need to be flexible. And quite frankly, I think it's a good marker publicly to explain again the budget crisis that is coming up, and how not only is this on the table, everything will be on the table until we solve our fiscal cliffs in FY25 anyway. So they all kind of link together. Thank you for the direction.
Chair,
Yes.
so for clarity, is Maryland going to pull the proposal or present the proposal on April, 14th?
I believe
We'll have to see what our authorities want to do.
Okay.
I think we're, I don't want to speak for the secretary and the staff and the department.
Yeah, well, I can always remind the secretary, he and I had many discussions about turnbacks when he was the GM, and he had some feelings about those and the way they could help the system as well. So, but I don't think that's really what the issue is right now. So, all right, I think we're in a decent place here where hopefully everybody can kind of live with where we are. So let's move on to the next item, which actually might be the more contentious one. And that is Mr. Goldman had some thoughts on the off-peak max fare issue.
Right. I was going to say, I thought that was the easy issue that we presented dealing with the yellow line. So we'll move on to, and I think what the chairman said about running 2 systems. We run a subway downtown, we run our commuter rail. And this issue really has to do with our commuter rail riders and patrons. And let me just describe what the problem is and then describe 2 potential solutions. The problem is that in the simplification proposal, we have effectively raised the fares for people traveling off-peak hours, meaning after 9 or 9:30 until, 4 or 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock till 7 o'clock. From longer distances, essentially their fare increase is anywhere between 25 and 55, 56%. And the way that happens is that right now, we have a system where if you travel off-peak, the max fare is $3.85. Under the, quote, simplification proposal, and there's a chart there, yes, you've got it up there. As you can see, the $3.85 is eliminated, and we just have one fare structure that goes from $2, which used to be $2.25, but there's a fare reduction for people traveling under 3 miles, up to $6.50, which is the current max fare for people traveling during peak hours, 7 to 9:30, 4 to 7, whatever those hours are. The effect of the simplification proposal is that now people traveling midday are going to end up being subject to the $6.50 max fare when they used to be subject to a $3.85. So their fare goes from $7.70 round trip to $13. That's almost a 100% increase. To give you some idea of what some of those increases are, if you're going from Shady Grove on the red line to Metro Center, you will get hit with a 56% fare increase off-peak. If you're going from Bethesda, and I put Bethesda in here because it shows that this is not just an issue for the end-of-the-line stations, but if you're going Bethesda to Farragut North, you're going to be hit with a 23% fare increase. And it's not just for passengers in Montgomery County. If you're traveling Vienna to Smithsonian, you'll be also hit with a 55% fare increase. And this is not just a problem for residents of Montgomery County. If you live in DC and you're a nurse and you're going to NIH, or you're a nurse and you're going to Shady Grove Hospital at the end of the line, Shady Grove, or if you're a worker, a waiter, or a short order cook going to work at one of the restaurants along Rockville Pike, you're also going to be hit with this kind of a fare increase. I don't think that's right. I don't think in the guise of fare simplification, when we're proposing a fare reduction for people in the core on the subway system, that we should be imposing a fare increase of anywhere from 23 to up as much as 55 or 56% for our riders who are riding on off-peak hours to the long-haul parts of the system. And this is not just my view. We've got letters that have come in, and you've seen them in the docket from the Montgomery County Department of Transportation, from the Montgomery County Council, the County Council, even NVTC has expressed some concern with this increase in the fare for off-peak riders from $3.85 to $6.50. So I think it's something we need to address. And I think fare simplification is a good objective, but it's not an objective that should override the need for fare equity between people in different ridership categories who are traveling off-peak as opposed to peak, who are traveling long haul as opposed to, as a commuter rider, as opposed to traveling in the core of the system from Union Station to Farragut North. And our objectives as a board shouldn't be just limited to fare simplification. This is not a shibboleth. We should have a concern about moving people from the car and driving to transit. And we need to take a look at carbon offsets and what the carbon impact is of our proposals. And by these kind of fare increases for long-haul off-peak riders run smack in the face of our need to try and provide incentives to move people from cars to transit, and our need to try to do something to reduce carbon emissions on our highways produced by automobiles. Okay, so that's a problem. So we've got a big black hole in the fare simplification proposal, how to address it. And I've suggested and I've put forward two proposals. One would essentially just create a carve-out or an exception for people entering stations other than between 6:30 and 9:30 and 3 and 7, which are the peak hours. And for any rail fare origin destination itinerary on the MetroRail system of over 3 miles, they will be charged no more than $3.85. And I appreciate that as a board, you have some concerns that you'd like to eliminate the two-track system where you have peak and off-peak fares. But I think, that a need to face some of the other realities may call for, some kind of carve-out of that ideal to deal with the problems presented by this, what I find is fairly excessive and obscene fare increases for off-peak long-haul riders. The other proposal that I've put forward is a more innovative one, and it's the idea, well, let's meet this problem not by changing the basic fare system, but by introducing a rail pass product. And so we would have what I call the off-peak long-haul rider rail pass that will provide discounted fares at current off-peak fare levels, the $3.85, for those riders who can buy a pass and would be traveling long-haul during these off-peak times a day. So I would price that at $3.85, and people would be able to buy a rail pass for 10 rides and pay $38.50 for 10 rides, which would effectively hold those people who want to buy the rail pass at the current $3.85 fare levels and not subject them to these 40 or 50% fare increases that they would otherwise be subject to. So that's the basic concept, that's the problem. Those are the two alternative proposals I put forward for your consideration. I would just ask staff whether they see any problem with the concept of introducing a pass product that would meet the needs of off-peak long-haul riders. If they're willing to buy a rail pass that would be essentially restricted to travel between after 9 o'clock to 3 p.m. and then they could use it again after 7 o'clock until the late night fares take effect. So that's the innovative proposal. If it's doable, I believe it should be doable to do, but those are the two ideas that I put forward for.
All right, why don't we take them one at a time? So which one do you want to start with? The first one?
I don't really care. I just want to solve the, I want to provide some relief.
Yeah, right.
And, whatever cuts it.
Well, you asked a question to staff about how something, I think specific to the Fair Pass program, how that could be implemented. So why don't we start with that? What challenges would exist with that type of proposal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Goldman. So at the core of both proposals is really a reintroduction of two different fare periods, a peak and an off-peak fare period. So when we set out on defining this proposal, we were seeking to meet the board's policy goals of advancing equity, improving ridership, increasing revenue, increasing simplicity, and at the core of that is this consolidation of the peak and off-peak period. So for the pass program specifically, if the underlying fare structure changes to one period all day, a pass that's designed around the old structure of 2 periods all day, while it may be technically possible, and of course we'd have to test that, the value to customers and the communication of what that pass does and doesn't do is quite complicated. So for example, a customer who were to buy a time-restricted pass for say the midday travel, what that customer would pay during peak period times would be a policy issue that would have to be resolved. Would they pay full fare from their stored value on their Smart Trip account? I think importantly here also, the percentage of customers who travel only during off-peak periods on weekdays as a share of the whole system is very, very small. There is a very limited, less than 2% population that travels exclusively during the off-peak period. Most people who are regular travelers have trips that cross in the current fare structure at different times of day. So from a viability standpoint or from a value standpoint, it is challenging to see the market for that type of pass.
Okay, I was gonna ask, so the off-peak max fare rider is typically not exclusively an off-peak max fare rider. They are more likely just a max fare rider.
That's right.
Okay. I'll opine on this in a minute, but let me get some of my colleagues in. Mr. Smedberg, you want to speak first?
Yeah, Tom, I think something you just said, I think is really important. I think starting in mid-September, I think it was, we started talking about this. You and Yetunde, Randy, others came forward, and we as a board started talking about this fare simplification and other types of programs. And you did a deep dive into this. We had numerous conversations about this. And, you know, we thought this was really important, and we had a very clear consensus that we as a body were going to go down this path, and that you were going to bring forward proposals, and you brought forward proposals with various scenarios and, you know, price points and ridership estimates, plus and minus, all that. And I really appreciate that, you know, that deep dive. I think it was really, really instructive, and I hope it's an example of how we tackle some of these other issues moving forward, because they are going to be really difficult. Some of that wasn't necessarily happening in the past. So I really appreciate that. And I also appreciate the conversation we all had, because there wasn't, there was a lot of good constructive conversation. And again, we ended up at a place where I thought anyway, that there was a clear consensus on how we were going to move forward, understanding again that everything was on the table and that we had serious challenges down the road. I'm also mindful of the fact that a lot of people that we might be talking about that are part of this proposal, I can't imagine, but a vast majority of them actually participate in the transit subsidy. Is that a fair statement?
Their long distance travelers are certainly a higher percentage subsidized by their employer for their travel. I should also mention an important part of the broader fare proposal here is the low-income fare program.
The low-income fare program. We also have the senior program, right?
That's correct.
So there are other programs that help capture people who might be, affected, by this proposal, at least initially, and certainly totally sensitive to that. But again, we need to do better communicating, making sure people are signing up for these programs, that they're aware of these programs. And we saw some of that starting, we saw in Christie's presentation. And one simple fact is, we need money. I mean, for a long time, I think, even with the peak and off-peak, the off-peak was a discount. It wasn't what it cost to run the system. The peak wasn't probably even what it cost to run the system. So I think we really got to look at this debate in a different way, starting now and moving forward. And but I'm curious to hear what other people have to say. But I do think your point is, we made a very clear decision after a lot of discussion and analysis from you that this is what we were going to move forward with, some version of this. So that's what I have to say right now.
Other members, Dr. Lowe.
I think there's just like a little confusion around here, like how many people are and who is even really impacted from this. Like I heard short order cooks are gonna get like a huge increase. People who work late at night are paying $2. It's a flat fare.
Between 7 and whatever.
So it's $2 if you're getting off a job late at night. And I think that, you know, the principle of equity is getting thrown around a lot today. But that means that there should not be some rides that are massively and extraordinarily subsidized more than other riders when those two riders have equal economic need. I don't think that we should be making weird carve-outs of our fare principles. That's why they're fare principles. I feel pretty strongly about this. In previous discussions, I feel
rides that are massively and extraordinarily subsidized more than other riders.
I feel I have already
when those two
compromised,
riders
and
have equal economic need.
that brought us to
I don't think
the
that we
proposal
should
that
be
the staff
making
has
weird carve-outs of our
put
fare
forward
principles.
today,
That's why they're
and
fare
that's where I want to
principles.
see it stay.
I feel pretty strongly about this. In previous discussions, I
And
feel
again, and that's the point, you made it more directly, Tracy, but there was a lot of good
that are
discussion around that.
massively and extraordinarily subsidized
Clear, Mr.
more
Chair,
than other riders when those two riders have equal economic need.
Yep.
So just because that was the question you asked.
Right. Ms. Papers.
I can just want to reiterate, I don't support either proposals.
So one question, there's a revenue impact, obviously, to the first proposal. Do you have an idea what that is?
Thank you, Mr. Letourneau. The revenue impact would be right around $4 million, so it would be a $4 million revenue decline from what has been proposed here. And to the extent that we're balanced at this time, we would have to look for offsets.
Right, and I had discussed some offsets with you for the proposal I'll make later, but we had not identified any offsets on this proposal, correct?
No, sir, we haven't.
Okay, so my feeling is the first proposal will eliminate the single tier fare structure. It will require us to go back and basically redo this segment of the budget completely, which we're at a very late stage for. I am sympathetic to what Mr. Goldman's raised, and I spent some time with staff, as they can attest, exploring this and probing this and trying to see if there was some way to capture it. But I came to the conclusion that low-income riders, who are the ones I'd be most concerned about, are already actually going to get a reduction, even from the off-peak max fare, down to 50%, which will be, depending on where the board comes out on the max fare, $3.25 or $3. The rest of the riders are likely both peak and off-peak riders. All the riders likely are. So that's why I will make the subsequent proposal to try to recognize that some of them will increase off-peak, but if we can hold them at peak to what they're paying now, I think that's a decent compromise. The second proposal, I think, is just not workable. It's massively confusing, and I'm not aware at any point that we ever get a pass to just on very specific rider that could only be used in certain circumstances. That to me is just from a policy perspective that I would want to do. So I would not support either of these, and I wouldn't want staff to have to go and move forward. Ms. Martin Proctor, you have a question?
I do have a question, and it's more of a simplification with regards to distance. I know that we've talked a little bit about equity and off-fare and peak fare, but what I'm trying to figure out is if we're talking about individuals distance-wise, we're looking specifically at somebody, per se, coming from Bethesda all the way to the end of the line, and the concern is that they are paying more, but they're having a fuller distance than somebody going from Silver Spring to Fort Totten. So I'm trying to, and maybe the staff can answer this a little bit better. I'm trying to figure out, so the person that's going a shorter distance would basically be paying the same amount equity-wise as the person under this proposal going a further distance. Is that accurate?
This is a comparison of what people are paying now as opposed to what they would be paying under the proposed simplified fare system. Right now, let's just take the max fare. If someone is going from Metro Center to Shady Grove at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they pay $3.85.
Okay.
On July 1st, they'll pay $6.50. That's the nature of the fare increase. We've essentially put on people who are now traveling midday a 50 to 60% fare increase for the time of day that they're traveling, because they're traveling, a long distance.
Yes.
Have a proposal where if you're traveling up to 3 miles, short haul, you're going to pay not even what you're paying now. You're going to pay just $2. So we're cutting fares for one group, and for another group, we're imposing a rather large fare increase.
The fares that you're cutting for that one group that you're speaking about, they're not going that full long commuter distance, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so
if they're going Metro Center,
Metro Center
to
is
Shady Grove, if they're going Bethesda, to Metro Center or Farragut North, they're all going to be hit if they're traveling off-peak with a fairly significant fare increase.
So this is, I'm just still trying to figure out how your proposal kind of helps versus.
Well, what it would do is essentially that segment of riders would be, I think it was capped at a 10% fare increase. So essentially what it would mean is our new max fare total would have to be something in the low $4 range. Or we'd have a separate fare for that segment, help me out, Tom, for that group of riders that would be something 10% over that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think maybe the way to come at this is, it is true that the proposal results in a relatively small percentage of total riders seeing a larger increase than others, or a higher percentage increase compared to others. But this is largely due, and it is a result of the complexity and the unevenness of our existing fare structure. So long distance off-peak trips today are much more subsidized than short distance off-peak trips. So to simplify the structure and consolidate the peak and off-peak period and standardize the distance charge and standardize the max charge results in a fairer structure. And some people come up and some people come down as a result of that.
Okay.
Can I respond on a couple of points that have been raised?
Yes, just want to make sure, are you done with your question?
That does actually help clarify for me, but it kind of reiterates what I was trying to say, that people taking a shorter distance, even though that's the actual distance that they're taking, are not as subsidized as the people taking the longer distance, but they are taking that distance. They are using that service for a longer amount of time than individuals taking a shorter distance. So, and that's exactly right.
Okay.
I'm sorry, okay, well, at least.
Yeah, so I'm going to go back to Mr. Goldman and then we'll wrap this up and get a sense where everybody is. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just respond to a couple of points raised in the conversation. First, on low-income riders. We have a chart in our presentation here, a snapshot of public feedback, which shows that while people generally supported an increase in the max fare to $6.50, that support was much lower for low-income respondents. 67% of them were opposed to the max fare increase going from $6 to $6.50. So if they're 67% were opposed to just a 50-cent increase on the max fare, I'm sure that percentage or even a greater percentage would be opposed to knowing that if they were traveling off-peak, their fare was going to go from $3.85 to $6.50, a much bigger increase. Second of all, there's some suggestion here that the solution here is the SNAP proposal that's part of the general manager's proposal. But the SNAP proposal only has an eligibility threshold that cuts off at $30,000. So in this area, if you're making $35,000, you're not going to be eligible for that 50% discount. If you're making $40,000, you're not going to be eligible for that discount. If you're making $50,000, you're not going to be eligible for that discount. And in this region, people making 35, 40, or 50,000 are not wealthy people. They're not upper middle class people. They're the working poor and working class people who are going to get sockoed with this fare increase, and they're not going to have resort to this low income fare proposal that we're suggesting is going to be their salvation. Next point I just want to make is that contrary to what Tom Webster is saying, at least according to the county, Montgomery County DOT, the number of people affected is much greater. They did a study and looked at the weekly average, and this is September 2022, rail boarding data, which I assume is WMATA data. And it shows that the fare proposal will significantly increase the cost to customers here at 6,700, off-peak rail boardings, people moving and boarding in the middle of the day. And that represents 32% of total boardings. So at least for boardings at Montgomery County Red Line stations, according to the county DOT, 32% of daily boardings are in those off-peak hours. This is not an insignificant number of people. There are a lot of people, at least who ride the Red Line, who are going to be, adversely affected, and they're going to be stuck with these, 50% fare increases. I guess okay, so we've talked about transit subsidy. Oh, yes, you raised the question of transit subsidy, the chairman has. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know anything about that, but you obviously didn't consider that when you decided to cut the basic fare for people under 3 miles from, $2.25 to $2. If you thought about if a lot of those people were traveling, with a transit subsidy from their employer, why reduce the fare for them? If you're concerned about revenue, keep that fare up at $2.25. You've got to be consistent in your principles. If you're not going to be concerned, you're asked questions about whether an employer subsidized a journey for long-haul passengers. Why aren't you equally concerned about losing revenue when you're cutting fares for short-haul passengers from $2.25 to $2?
Well,
let me just make the final point, and then I'm quiet. I think the final point is, I think what I heard Tom Webster say is, hey, there's problems doing this, but you can do this, rail pass idea for off-peak long-haul passengers. You can develop it. And I'm saying, well, if we can develop it and it's viable, let's give it a shot and see what happens. If we need more time to do it, let's make it something that goes into effect September 1. After the summer, at the start of the year when commuters are actually starting to travel again and going back to work. But let's not, just if it's viable and it just needs more time to study it, to think how it's worked and how it'd be implemented, let's give it a shot so that these folks aren't being subject to fare increases anywhere from 23 to 55%, and going from paying $7.70 for a round trip, off-peak trip, to paying $13.
Okay, I really do want to move on from our debate on this.
But I do want to say, Mr. Goldman, I think that comment about the transit subsidy and we're, being concerned about revenue, you weren't here for a lot of the discussions. We were definitely concerned about revenue, but we were also very concerned about ridership and bringing back ridership, because without having ridership, we are not going to have revenue. And in terms of the overall policy of simplification and trying to build the system that is going to, bring customers back and make them think differently about how and when they use the system, we did take into account all those factors. So I just want that to be clear with everyone, that was very much part of the discussion, and we weighed all those factors very carefully before we, came to any kind of consensus.
Okay. Yeah.
As one final point of order, I would like to clarify that every passenger pays the base fare, not just passengers taking short trips. Reducing the base fare benefits every single person who uses Metro.
And I did want to just clarify from the Montgomery County letter, the 6,700 number is the number of off-peak rail boardings, but not necessarily off-peak max fare boardings. That number was not in that letter. I do think that's a distinction. Okay, so at this point, we've heard two proposals from Mr. Goldman. Are there board members who are in support of those proposals being brought to the April 14th meeting? The first one on the fare proposal itself, are there any? Ms. Klein?
I want to kind of, I would say no for those two proposals, but I want to explain why. I think there's two separate issues. One is the fare simplification principle, which I do believe we had consensus on and have continued to have consensus on. The other is, once we agree on that, how do we balance the different types of riders that we have in the system? Right. I have had concerns that I've expressed since the beginning of this process about the way we've chosen to balance in this proposal between the long haul and the short haul riders. The problem that I see with these proposals, though, is that it disrupts the first principle of fare simplification. I would be very open to continue talking about ways to adjust the balance within the context of the simplification proposal we have. So I just wanted to put that on the table.
Okay. Mr. Joe?
Yes, just one comment. The first proposal, I don't agree with. The second proposal, I'm glad we had the dialogue, because one of the gaps in my understanding was customer definition. Who is it that's going to pay extra by number? And who are they? Are they subsidized, et cetera? But I will share with you, I'm glad we had the dialogue, but I'm in support of what we're doing, because I know we went behind the curtains in the discussion and the depth of the analysis that took place. There are always trade-offs. Sometimes we have to accept those trade-offs and deal with them. What I like about the second proposal is, however, I believe it still preserves the fare simplification, even though, as the chair stated, it puts you kind of in an awkward position. It will allow us to beta test. Who are those folks? Are they really using those passes? And is it making a difference for them? And it also responds to community concerns. But I'll stop there.
Okay, so it sounds like there's no support for the first proposal, and there's one board member in addition to Mr. Goldman on the second proposal. Is that accurate? Okay. So I think based on that, there would not be support at the board, and I don't want you to go and basically redo the entire fare process or go down the implementation rabbit hole, which we would need for April 14th on the fare proposal. Okay, so I have one further one, which is fairly simple, and that is going from 650 to 6 on the max fare. I know we've had a lot of discussion about this. I'm bringing this forward somewhat in response to what Mr. Goldman has raised, which is simply that the max fare riders are more heavily subsidized, you're right, but they also represent, I think, a significant growth opportunity for us, particularly with some of the new service we have. Some of those riders will, in fact, see a significant off-peak fare increase, as we just spent a half an hour discussing. So I'm trying to be sensitive to that group of riders and ensure that for the trips that they make during what would have been the peak, they are not seeing an increase. On balance, I think those are largely the same group of people. And so for their off-peak trips, it will go up. For their peak trips, it will be the same as it is right now. I have certainly believe that we need to look at fare policy as a whole. You know, we got a little bit there on simplification this year. As we get into next year with our budget discussion, I will say right now that fares have to be part of that and will be part of that for me if I'm here. But for this year, in light of what we know about the very small number of off-peak riders, I'm just sensitive to having them sort of see an increase on both kinds of trips that they make. So I would put that forward proposal for discussion and for April 14th. others on that. Ms. Babers.
Do we have any idea yet from staff? Because I'm trying to remember now, way back. We were presented with several proposals, so do we know what the revenue decrease would be?
Sorry, one moment.
Okay, and then I also can't remember, did we also look at 625?
I don't remember either if we looked at it previously.
Oh, okay.
I think, yeah. Yeah. 6, I believe, is $2 million.
Yes, it is $2 million.
And we had discussed, I should have brought it up, thank you. We had discussed potential savings in a different area of the budget, maybe the GM can address.
Yeah, and Lieutenant, you can jump in on this, but the team has been working very hard on some of our operational items, especially back of house. And we now believe we could save better part of $2 million a year on call center consolidation. And we were going to bring that to the committee, I think, next month, or in the next couple of months, just to explain how that's going to work. But better response to customers and saving several million a year through Yatindy and Christie and other people's actions about call center consolidation and that then would offset this if the board decided to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. So yes, we're definitely looking at the call center consolidation. We've been trying to take a look at our technology, but also standardizing and ensuring that our customers going forward have a point of contact versus several different telephone numbers or email addresses to reach out to. So we're addressing the technology, we're addressing the staff as well needed, looking at staffing levels, but also looking at qualifications for those staff members and ensuring that we have industry best standards, and we're trying to follow those for our customer service initiatives going forward. So we're looking at all of that, and the expectation is that there will be some internal savings associated with that consolidation.
Okay, thank you. Other comments, Mr. Goldman?
I will obviously support your proposal. If I can't get a loaf of bread, I'll settle for a slice. I do want to point out, though, that, Tom Webster put together numbers on that proposal that he sent to us on January 25 memo. And while that proposal is helpful, it still leaves these off-peak riders paying, I'll look through the list, 23% fare increase, 56% fare increase, 55% fare increase going from Vienna to Smithsonian. So it's a move in the right direction, and I'll support it, but it doesn't solve the basic underlying problem.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Goldman. Okay, so Mr. Goldman is in support. Mr. Spedberg, you had previously said you were in support. I'm in support. Ms. Klein, did you? Yes? Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Majority of the board here is on this one. Okay, so this will come forward, I think, before it. Thank you, Dr. Lowe. Dr. Lowe is supportive as well. Okay, so we have been at this for quite a while. I actually have another commitment I need to get to. I think all of us could use a break for a few minutes. Mr. Webster and Ms. Umende has been in the chair a while, so let's just take, perhaps, Mr. Chairman, just a couple-minute break, and then we'll move on to the next finance committee.
Yeah, we need to transition.
Well, we have another finance committee item.
Oh, that's right.
But I believe that.
Oh, the fair.
Want to do that really fast?
I think we need to take a break, as I understand it. So let's do that. Yep.
Hello, everyone. So we are back, and I am Vice Chair Lucinda Babers from DC. I'm taking over from Director Letourneau, who had to leave, but we are still continuing our Finance and Capital Committee meeting. And we're going to continue with Mr. Webster as he gives us a Metro Rail ridership and faregates presentation.
Thank you, and good morning again. Thank you, Vice Chair Babers. Pleased to be here this morning to provide an informational update on Metro Rail ridership, faregate modernization, and some retrofits to mitigate non-tap events at our faregates. In December of '22, so this past December, Metro finished our installation of our new modern faregates system-wide. Those faregates come with technology that allows us to capture all trips entering and exiting MetroRail stations. Whether the customer taps or does not tap the Smart Trip target on the fare gate. Starting in January, we're able to measure and report on that full comprehensive look at ridership. Total MetroRail ridership from the period of January 1 to yesterday was about 22.3 million. Average weekday trips, 324,000. And of that total, approximately 13% did not tap, again, the fare payment target. Our highest ridership day since the pandemic was yesterday with 404,000 trips on MetroRail, over 400,000. So happy to report that news. And again, that is our combined ridership entry count. This new methodology and technology important both for us to increase transparency and report on all trips, similar to the way we have been doing for Metrobus using passenger counters for several years now. It also gives us a much clearer picture of how many people are using the system and can inform more data-driven decisions around crowding and system use in that way. I should say we're also working to, while we don't know why, or the faregate system doesn't know why someone did not tap the faregate target, we know that some people who do not tap are children who are otherwise subsidized for their trip. And so using data like time of day entries, day of week, times that schools are in session and not in session, as well as data around when Kids Ride Free participants are in fact tapping and at what locations and what times. We're working on an analytical methodology to estimate how many of the non-tap events may be coming from subsidized students. A little bit on our MetroRail faregate modernization program. A project that was very much necessary for the replacement of the legacy faregates that were obsolete and unreliable, a part of our State of Good Repair capital program. The first new gates were installed back in May of 2021, and as I mentioned, the system-wide installation was completed back in December. These new fare gates have a number of great things for customers and for operations and maintenance. The displays are larger and brighter. These new fare gates, customers can at all times enter bidirectionally, so approach the gate and tap and go through from either direction. The legacy gates could only be set in one direction at a time, and you see that represented in the picture above. There are operational improvements as well, increased reliability in these new gates. They're remote monitorable and controllable, so both from by the station manager and from a centralized location. And then I mentioned the new sensors that are in the gates that detect, there are multiple sensors that detect someone passing through the gate that can then be compared to those that are tapping. The cons, certainly we all have seen that they are relatively easy to step or jump over if you're intent on doing that. And as I mentioned, about 13% of the entries year to date in this calendar year since these gates were installed were non-tap entries. Broader context here, certainly non-payment of fares reduces Metro's revenue and ultimately impacts our budget and can impact service for all customers. There are also broader concerns with fare evasion in terms of a sense and perception of safety and security and this sense of disorder associated with fare jumping. So Metro's been advancing across a number of fronts, mitigations, including just general customer awareness and communications around fares and fare payment. Partnering with our school partners, particularly in those places where there are Kids Ride Free programs, and improving, again, knowledge and awareness of the requirement to tap at fare gates. Stepped up enforcement, so beginning back in November of last year, we began issuing citations system-wide. This data advancements and modernization that we have now allows us to very accurately identify places of where fare evasion is occurring, time of day, location, day of week, that type of thing. As we just discussed in the last part of this meeting, the FY24 budget does include proposals that make fare payment easier, simplify the fare structure, and provide this new low-income fare program. Since for the last several months, we have been testing retrofits for fare gates in an effort to deter and mitigate fare evasion. I'll describe some of that now. So the team has been working to learn, test, and adapt retrofits to these existing modernized fare gates. Adaptations to the fare gates rather than a full replacement of the new fare gates. We tested what we've been describing as anti-vaulting arches. You see them in the pictures on the top of this slide. The concept was to make it harder and reduce vaulting over the barrier. So someone placing their arms on the sides of the cabinets and using that to launch over. Our field observations and our data show that these have not been effective at deterring fare evasion. People have found a way around them or don't need to touch that part of the fare gate to get past the barrier. We also began at the end of January testing a retrofit barrier to a accessibility ADA gate and an adjacent standard aisle gate, regular aisle gate. The rest of the gates in the array or the lineup of fare gates remained unchanged. All of this testing has been happening at Fort Totten Station. We have seen since the end of January a reduction in fare evasion at these gates, and certainly a reduction in jumping and stepping over of the gates. They are 48 inches high, which prevents most people from jumping or stepping over that height. Because the existing gates had not yet been retrofitted, we have continued to see jumping and stepovers at those adjacent gates at Fort Totten. The team has been evaluating the design and the test of those first retrofit gates. There are some concerns that they require more space between the fare gate cabinets, that they would require additional infrastructure work, and may ultimately reduce the number of fare aisles that we have in some stations where extensive work would be required and more spacing would be required. Beginning this week, we have moved to a next step in fare gate barriers, working on installing single door standard gates, again at Fort Totten Station. And these continue to leverage our existing fare gate cabinets and retrofitting them with new motors and doors. You'll see in the image, they are single doors for the standard aisles with better rigidity and a strength in the hinge and the motor. This design approach minimizes the spacing requirements I described on the previous slide. We are about midway through the installation at Fort Totten Station and expect to be completed over this weekend. We have engaged throughout this process with the Accessibility Advisory Committee, I think most recently earlier in March, March 13th, and are monitoring customer feedback, employee feedback on these installations at Fort Totten. So for a path forward, we expect these fare gate retrofits will work. Our team is continuing to learn from the experience, evaluating options for increasing the barrier height, looking at adjacent fencing and emergency gates and the heights of those gates, both at Fort Totten and then for broader system-wide installations. We have a plan to move forward with a first phase of retrofits at 9 more stations across the system, and they're displayed here on this map. The characteristics of these stations, they are single mezzanines, so single entrance stations, where we have done some work to determine that the infrastructure needs to do the retrofits are minimal, a way for the team to learn and progress as they're installing these retrofits. Our second phase of this program would expand to the rest of the system, touching all mezzanines at all stations. Our estimated cost at this point for the total project is approximately $35 to $40 million to retrofit, again, all of the fare gates, and a schedule of about 15 months going forward. By way of closing here, we intend to come forward as part of our, again, our quarterly performance reporting and other sessions here with updates on ridership data and information and analytics, ridership measurement, and our methodologies for estimating ridership and projecting ridership, both for planning and for decision making. Our next update will include some updates on our methodology on counting bus passenger or bus customer trips, and I look forward to bringing that forward to the committee and the board. That concludes my presentation. Happy to support the discussion.
Thank you, Tom. So I just want to comment that it is so exciting to hear about the over 400,000 riders on yesterday. And we know that Wednesday now is the day to commute, apparently the only day. But anyway, we know that we will continue to bring riders back. So that was some good news. And then I'm also excited about the new fare gates. And I'm actually going to have to make a trip just to Fort Totten just for that. That's not one of my stations, but I'm not going to try to jump over, but I just want to use it. And so that's exciting. And the district, we are working with DC Public School and the charter schools to try to make sure that the school children have their Kids Ride Free cards, that they know that they should tap it, and try to get more compliance there. So thanks, because I know we're going to be coordinating with WMATA. Do we have it? Okay, Tracy, before I can look around this way, y'all.
I have used some choice words in the past to describe the quarterly fare evasion reports that the board has received in the past. And I would like to take a moment to recognize how impressed I am with how thoughtful, how nuanced, and how transparent this updated approach to understanding and talking about fare evasion is. I think it is really important as we go forward that we all work from a shared set of facts. And this is really good work in moving towards that transparency. I appreciate it so much. I'm really excited about the additional analysis and transparency that you have planned for future reports. And I think there's going to be a lot of interest in seeing that. And it's going to help us figure out what really is the right thing to do in order to manage the system going forward. So great work here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tracy. Director Goldman.
Thank you. Director Babers. I sit in today for the secretary, and so he asked me to convey Maryland's concerns and positions. Appreciate what you're doing on fare evasion, but we do have some concerns on which I want to convey. We recommend that WMATA continue its pilot study of fare gate options, both the two-door saloon-style fare gates and the one-door swing gates at Fort Totten, before rolling out any solution more widely. As stated in the presentation materials which you discussed with us today, older fare gates are still in place at Fort Totten alongside the new fare gate terminals, providing easy fare gate jumping in the current situation until all the fare gates at Fort Totten are replaced with modern, more evasion-resistant gates. A true and accurate test of the pilot swing gates cannot be completed. Once the entirety of the fare gates are replaced at Fort Totten, we believe a 3 to 6 months comprehensive study period should be completed before deciding if the saloon doors or the swing gate options actually reduces gate jumping. As some of our colleagues in the Highway Administration would say, you don't pour the concrete until you know where the riders and the drivers are going. So jumping to conclusions on incomplete and inconclusive data results could result in our having to make further changes in the future if the mitigation does not work. So we urge you to be cautious and approach this pilot with a little more time, and take your time before deciding and making any amends. So you'll know both what regular riders and how they're reacting to the fare gates, the swing gates, how the fare evaders are reacting to it, and how it's working for handicapped and other accessibly challenged people are working with a full array of fare gates are in place at Fort Totten. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Smedberg?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tom, or maybe the general manager, I know, we're putting forward these pilots, but I just want to make sure this is really more an operational update and an operational issue, not necessarily a board decision point. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I'm happy to, I guess, jump in, Tom. I wouldn't label this as a pilot. I would look at this as, this is what we're doing moving forward. So we did piloting, we looked at different things. The piloting was to make sure the motors and other things worked. We worked with our accessibility community to make sure from an ADA and compliance point they would work well. We worked through those things. Tom's engineering team has really reduced down the impact to the infrastructure itself. The last part of the pilot, if you will, was the install to make sure that we can actually pick up speed in the install versus, and therefore we hopefully reduce costs in the install as well. But we've issued purchase orders, we have equipment, and Tom's team is actively out today installing.
So it's possible that at a place like Fort Totten, you will have a full complement very soon. Is that?
I think it's this week,
is that
Tom?
This weekend, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's helpful to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments, questions from the board members? Okay, thank you, Tom. With no further business to come before the committee, we stand adjourned. And I'll turn the floor back over to Chair Smedberg.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Babers. Good morning, everyone. I'm Paul, or good afternoon. We're still morning. All right. Good morning. I'm Paul Smedberg, Chair of the WMATA Board. Thank you for being with us here today for this meeting. Since we just called our roll a few hours ago, we'll move right to the next item. Approval of the agenda. First, we have the agenda before us. If there are no objections, we'll consider the agenda approved as presented. Does anyone have any objections to the agenda? Hearing none, the agenda is approved as presented. Next, approval of minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes before us. The board meeting from February 23rd, 2023, as well as executive sessions from February 23rd, 2023 to March 9th. I'd like to consider these minutes approved as presented. Any comments or objections to any of those sets of minutes? Hearing none, the minutes are approved as presented. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the employee spotlight. Today we are recognizing 2 track inspectors whose recent actions exemplify the careful attention and quick thinking needed in their role, as well as an MTPD sergeant whose work supported the entire Metro family in a time of need. And I'd ask you to please stand when your name is called. First, I'd like to call on track walkers Josue Hernandez and Daniel Gladden. Welcome. In late February, Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Gladden were performing a track inspection near Fort Totten Station when they found loose bolts on a frog. For those of you wondering why there was a frog on the track, the term refers to a piece of steel placed where 2 pieces of running rail meet strengthening the connection to allow safe and smooth passage of the trains. While tightening the bolts on the Frog, our workers discovered a significant crack and recognized the threat it proposed to rail operations. They immediately sent pictures to their supervisor, who forwarded the photos to upper management. After consulting track engineering, the decision was made to replace the Frog immediately due to the severity of the crack. A slow speed restriction was implemented with a maintenance team obtained a replacement Frog and the necessary tools to perform the repair. Hernandez and Mr. Gladden remained on location to keep an eye on the cracked Frog until the work could be, or the work was completed to replace it. At approximately 12:30 p.m., track and structures worked with the Rail Operations Control Center to establish single tracking, and by 4 p.m. the same day, the Frog was replaced and normal service was able to resume safely. Today, please join us in thanking Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Gladden for their keen attention to detail that kept everyone safe and prevented the extended delays. We often say that employees are definitely the eyes and ears of our system, and we hear that from the general manager and others all the time, and your actions prove that. So thank you so much for what you did that day. Don't go too far. Next, we'll call on Sergeant Celicia Belton. Welcome, Sergeant. Who has served with the Metro Transit Police Department for 21 years. In 2020, during the pandemic, Sergeant Belton took the initiative to begin developing a peer support program. She coordinated with the Fraternal Order of Police, developed a working group, met with regional partners who helped establish similar programs and located additional training. Since that time, she created a peer support team within the MTPD. Members make themselves available every day or night to speak with their peers in a confidential, safe place regarding any personnel issue. On February 1st, 2023, when we experienced the loss of a Metro employee, Robert Cunningham, at the Potomac Avenue Metro Station, Sergeant Belton and her team immediately jumped into action and offered their services to any employee affected by this tragedy. Sergeant Belton took the lead and partnered with her peer support team with the crisis intervention team in occupational health and wellness to coordinate and provide services to employees. This was accomplished in one night, and the team received overwhelming appreciation from the employees that they touched. Today, we want to thank Sergeant Belton for leading this tremendous effort, and along with her entire team, stepping up in such a significant way during a time of need for everyone here at Metro. Thank you. And now we'll have both of you join with the board here, and we'll honor with a group of photos. Okay, now we'll move on to public comment and advisory board reports. First, we'll have public comment. Our first speaker is Denise Rush, followed by Bill Orleans. Ms. Rush. Now, Denise, remember what I said, you have 3 minutes. Because Patrick's following you. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I am speechless, and you know I can talk. Today, I almost had a heart attack, and I have never attended a board meeting that I heard from someone's mouth on the board to consider a flat rate. I almost have tears in my eyes. It's not in stone, but I've never heard it spoken out of any board member's mouth. So thank you very much. Thank you for the hearings and listening, those who had to listen, and will read the comments and the concerns. I almost need 911. I'm doing the happy dance. I'm very, very excited, even though it is not in stone, the thought that it was mentioned. And somebody is hearing that we really need a flat rate. And it's very simple for a person who is disabled. I could see up until the age of 48. I'm now 72. And the paratransit system has been my oxygen, my life. It made me want to go forward instead of lay down and die. And that is very important to a lot of people who have disabilities. It got me to work every day for 22 years, and I had perfect attendance for 20 of those years. They would come, I know they would come, and I had to pay them, and whatever it was, I paid them. I went to see Barbara Streisand. I saw Chris Rock recently. I've seen Tina Turner. MetroAccess has been my lifeline, my oxygen, and everybody on WMATA and the board must remember how important it is to be able to do whatever you plan to do. Just thank you. I'm just overwhelmed, and I'm gonna have to go get my pressure and my heart checked.
Well, Sarah, Denise, you can blame Sarah. Have you met Sarah, by the way, Sarah Klein?
I'm not blaming anyone.
No, I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
Everybody, even if I leave tonight, at least I know before I left, it was mentioned.
Well, look, Sarah, you should.
Sarah?
Yeah, go shake her hand. Yeah.
Oh, you are working.
Sorry. On behalf of the board, thank you for all of your work in making your concerns known to us.
Hallelujah.
Good seeing you, Denise. Next, Mr. Orleans.
Bill Williams, I arrived late today. Today I can't say Metro made me late. It was my own fault, but Metro faithfully made me late. But I arrived late just in time to hear a board member say that turnbacks should be normalized. I've had experience with turnbacks, always negative. I don't like them, but Metro can do anything, presumably engineer anything to be safe. I've always thought, and especially since the Fort Totten incident from several years ago, that turnbacks probably are not the safest way to operate a rail system. During the NTSB hearings on the Totten incident, I had occasion to speak to one of the commissioners, and it's only anecdotal, and I don't remember which one it was, but she agreed with me that turnbacks could attribute an accident recurring such as occurred at Totten could occur as a result of railroads stopping and turning and whatnot. I think that there's a better way to do a rail system, and that's terminus to terminus, unlike a bus system. I mean, we wouldn't operate a bus from Laurel to Loudoun County because it makes no sense. But it also makes no sense to have a train operate halfway at the length of its line and then turn around and go back. Anyway, I hope the board will seriously consider, from the safety perspective, the question of whether it should reintroduce turnbacks. I was here for the whole of the second part of the discussion on ridership and faregates. I've asked before, and not actually been given an answer, what has been the total investment, just say within the last 4 years, of WMATA in faregate structure? It was about 4 years ago that what has become a little bit of a mini movement to make transit fare-free has gained some steam. In the last 4 years, Metro procured, and has installed this new system that now has to be re-engineered, improved to make it less likely that people can jump what is still called the turnstile. Very interesting. I don't like to see antisocial behavior exhibited anywhere, whether it's entering or leaving a train station, or entering, boarding and alighting from a bus, or in a boardroom somewhere. I oppose antisocial behavior. I'm in favor of good behavior at all times. But in a discussion of equity and also of what makes sense, an urban transit system should at least consider the benefits of being fare-free and a greater subsidy from the jurisdictions to serve all the residents and visitors using this urban transit system throughout the entirety of its service area. I'll say again, there are vast acreage of the transit zone that WMATA has that sees no transit service, rail or bus. And we ought to be about improving and expanding transit service throughout the transit zone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arleens. I understand we have one audio commenter today.
Hi, John here. Huge fan of the Metro. You know, love it. Anyway, what is going to be done about people who decide not to pay for their Metro fare? I've had 2 interactions at East Falls Church Station with the Metro manager, and either time has been rather unproductive, if not unpleasant, due to lack of doing anything really besides sitting in their office. So witnessed a gentleman jump the gate today. I'm sure it happens all the time. And instead of just accepting it as a fact of life, I think something should be done about it, which is implement gates where people can't do that. Doesn't seem too difficult to me. So if anyone really cares about people paying their fair share to ride the public transit, I think something should be done about it. Otherwise, there's really no point in enforcing a cost that we can all just ride for free on behalf of the taxpayer. So anyway, appreciate it. I'm sure nothing will be done with this, but if you care about civilization and the fabric of our society, I think this should be a good start. Thanks.
I guess we should say stay tuned. Yeah. Next, we'll hear from our Accessibility Advisory Committee. Mr. Sheehan, Patrick, good morning, good afternoon.
Okay. No, I know, yeah. Thanks. It's great to be here, particularly today. I think Denise took one of my minutes, but I'll talk for a little bit. This is so meaningful because we've spent so much time, I think it's been about 8 or 10 years, trying to get what we would like, a flat fare. And I'd like to thank a lot of people for making this happen. Ms. Klein, Thank you for the courage for bringing up the subject and providing a solution and speaking to it with the board. As advocates and as members of AAC, we've done this over the past 8 years, but we appreciate your courage in making this happen. Dr. Lowe, you talked about loud voices and people that have the loudest voices. The disability community doesn't have that loud voice, but you spoke about it and said that you would listen, and you did. And we appreciate your support with respect to the flat fare. For many years, we spoke about looking at the numbers and at least figuring out if we could make this work. And our CFO, Ms. Nfume, not only did you have the numbers that we wanted and asked for, but you really articulated them well and talked about how the Abilities Ride program could help subsidize these numbers. The Abilities Ride program is something that's been implemented by Mr. Christian Blake, and he's done a fabulous job. Kudos to him for the work that he has done in making that work with WMATA at $93 for paratransit rides that cost $93 a ride versus Abilities Ride, which is about 30, or what do we call it, the Costco level at $27 a ride. We see a lot of the cost savings there. And so much of that is due to the hard work and dedication of Mr. Blake. And then, of course, we've got Phil Posner, who's probably listening, and I'm sure he wishes he were here because for 8 years, he pushed for a flat fare. And what can you say about Denise? She's been here fighting for this for all of those years. It's advocates like that and members of this AAC community, disabled community, that this board is helping today. So thank you so much for that.
That's Phil on the phone.
Yeah.
I want you to put him on speaker.
I think that probably was, yeah. I probably forgot a point or two, and he'll remind me of that later. So there's so much good work on that, and we appreciate your support. A couple other things I just want to say, and I'll try to make it quick. Lynn Bowersox called and is working with us on the open gangway cars. We are slated to meet, we met with her in March. We're slated to meet with her again to answer questions on the 8K series open gangway cars at our April meeting, and then at our bus rail meeting. And I talked with members of, with Brian with the RAC, and I think she's going to be talking to Brian. What we want to do is come up with, we've got questions which I'm sure she says will be addressed. We want to come up with some recommendations that will work for WMATA. I thought we had till maybe September, October to come up with some thoughts, ideas, and plans. I understand that timetable got moved up to the end of April, so we better get to work. But that's fine. And then lastly, on the fare gates, the AAC, as was indicated, has been involved in the process. We gave a series of suggestions, I think it was in early March, regarding the fare gates, and our input was accepted. So disability community did take a look at the gates. They worked with people in wheelchairs, service animals, and of course visually impaired people took a look at it. So a wide range of disability groups thought they were good, and you have our support as far as those fare gates are concerned. So a good meeting today, a lot of work. This is a very smart board. I'm very impressed with the level of discussion. Every time I come here, I learn a lot more than I knew before. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Patrick.
Questions for me?
And I'm sure, yeah, and I just want to say, I'm sure your fellow colleagues really appreciate your sincere, kind words, because you have been good advocates, and we do have Sarah to thank for pushing this forward. But you have a little education to do, because as I understand it, it isn't a true, the $4 is a cap. So it's possible people are paying less. So it's not really a flat fare program. So you've got some work to do there, okay?
We're pleased to do the work. That's a good problem to have to solve. But we will depend on the data and the information that you have, and I'm sure we'll come to a good compromise. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick.
Okay.
Nice seeing you. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Meyer, our Riders Advisory Council Chair. Brian, good morning, or good afternoon, sorry.
Good afternoon. This has also been a very exciting meeting for me, and I'm also learning an awful lot. Certainly a lot about the FY24 budget, but I think most importantly, a new understanding about what a frog is. Thank you so much, Chairman Smedberg, fellow members of the board, General Manager Clark, for having me and presenting the RAC report from our March 2023 meeting. I'd be remiss if I did not echo a sense of congratulations to Denise, Pat, Phil, the whole AAC, and the whole accessibility and disability community for the advocacy that they've done, specifically for a cap on MetroAccess fares. It's really admirable seeing that level of advocacy and energy, and I think is one of the reasons why the RAC can learn a lot from what the AAC is doing and collaborate with them on future projects and initiatives. So our first agenda item on our March meeting was relating to performance, the performance report and the dashboard. Jordan Holt, Metro's Director of Performance, came to the RAC with an update on the Q2 for FY23 performance report, namely the discussion around a customer dashboard, which will provide a more rider-focused, data-driven explanation of some of our metrics that we use to measure our likelihood of meeting certain goals. We're very excited and supportive that this kind of tool is being rolled out and provided to the public. We also provided a recommendation that we will echo to you all, and that is that this dashboard include public safety information as part of the customer dashboard to give riders the information that they need pertaining to safety in an accessible and relevant manner. And we understand that there's a lot of questions and still concerns about what metrics exactly would be part of a public safety component of a dashboard, and how quantitative those ought to be. And we're looking forward to having those discussions, just like you all had, I believe, sometime in December or January as a board as well. Furthermore, concerning public safety update, as I mentioned last month, we did have Metro Transit Police Chief Inzalo and Assistant Chief Nader come and talk to us about Metro's various public safety initiatives, particularly their effort to increase the number of law enforcement officers that are engaging with customers positively on the system, increase community engagement efforts from the police department, as well as the increased use of cameras to prevent and detect public safety concerns that are on the system. I think the one recommendation that we provided, and again, we'd provide to you all, is to find out a way to make static, permanent informational displays throughout our system, not just in the stations, but on the buses and the rail cars themselves, about contact information that individuals can utilize if they need to communicate some concerns, or hopefully not, but if they need to have public safety officers and law enforcement officers That's the one thing that we would prefer and like to see. Our next conversation was around the 8000 series update. As Pat alluded to, we had Lynn Bowersox come and speak to the RAC about the proposed interior layouts, namely the possibility of an open gangway connections, as well as the types and layouts and quantities of seating that would be available. Similarly, we're looking forward to Lynn coming to our meeting and to discuss kind of a further iterations of what that may look like, so we can provide sooner rather than later recommendations to the board, along with the AAC, of course. And then lastly is the FY24 budget, of course. This was a very lively discussion that we had. The RAC has pretty much provided most of our recommendations in terms of what we would like to see, particularly when it comes to operational changes that are happening with fares and potential service changes. I would just note, and this wasn't part of my formal report, but it is something that I'd be remiss if we did not mention. One of the reasons why the RAC did not provide as concrete recommendations as I'm sure some individuals would like, specifically on the turnback for the yellow line, is for a couple of reasons. I think first is a lot of our RAC members may not have had an experience in which turnbacks existed. So we were kind of limited in our knowledge and extent of that. But I'd also say I think we may have had a similar issue where, and this is something Dr. Lowe, you mentioned, that upwards of 26% of people when asked that question were not sure. Certainly, I think that may come from a sense of ambivalence about the service change, but I think a lot of individuals may not also have a sense of appreciation towards the decreased headways that are going to exist in other parts of the system, particularly the Green Line, in places where there's a particular increase of ridership and growth opportunities. So I think it's incumbent upon myself, the RAC, the board, the staff, the media, to try to chip away at that 26% and ensure that more individuals have a better understanding about what exactly that situation is. And then the last thing is, and I've already talked to some individuals about this, Chairman Smedberg and Bryna, but in April, we'll be at our next meeting electing our executive council. Those are the three individuals, the chair and the two vice chairs, each coming from different jurisdictions. I'm the chair, obviously representing Virginia. But I just wanted to let you all know that I've decided not to run for another term as chair. It has been an incredibly rewarding opportunity and an experience for being chair for almost 2 years now. And I think it would be a great opportunity to try to get another member of our council involved and working with you all and the staff and the general public in advocating for the riders. I will continue to work to make sure that there's a smooth transition with our staff liaisons, and I'll also continue to serve on the council for another 2 years, or at least until January 2024. So you can't get rid of me yet. But I'm looking forward to that change and helping support and continue the work of advocating for the riders in our system. Thank you so much, and I'd like to answer any questions you all have.
Any questions for Brian? Well, Brian, thank you. And people should know your thoughtful leadership during these last 2 years was extremely helpful during a period of a lot of change. And it's really made a huge difference. We also have Bryna now as the contact, and we know the energy and passion she brings to it. So you're a great combo. But you being there, I'm sure, will be very helpful in continuing the good discussions. You know, as you said, the ACC is a great model.
Exactly.
So they really are, the way they engage collaboratively with staff and their own membership. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So we'll move on to the report by the chair. Today, we're pleased to honor the service of two former board members, both from Maryland. First, we'll start with former Maryland Transportation Secretary Jim Ports. Jim,
Are you still there? You still there?
Yes, sir. I'm still here.
So what'd you think? You miss it today?
No. You know, it's funny, Mr. Chair, that, when I was in the state legislature and I had to go back for committee hearings sometimes on some bills, I said, wow, I now realize why I was so happy I left. But not that that's the same example here with the Metro Board, because you do such significant and incredible work. But obviously, as you know, with the change in administrations, there's change in personnel, and I'm one of those, and that was totally to be expected. But I really appreciate the memento that you sent. It's very beautiful, and it'll have a prize placed on the shelf with some other awards that I received. So thank you very much.
Okay, well, wait, now we got to do the formal part. You've been through this once or twice before yourself, but so let me read the proclamation. Whereas James F. Ports Jr. faithfully represented the state of Maryland on the Metro Board of Directors from January 2022 until January 23, and whereas during his tenure on the board, Secretary Ports served as the board's second vice chair, as well as a member of the Finance and Capital and Executive Committees. And whereas Secretary Ports provided his leadership, vision, and significant transportation expertise in the development of Metro's strategic transformation plan, Your Metro, the Way Forward. And whereas, despite a demanding schedule overseeing Maryland's transportation network, including membership on nearly 50 boards and commissions, Secretary Ports was a committed and engaged member of the Metro Board of Directors. And whereas the Metro Board benefited from Secretary Ports' experience and perspective in its deliberations and discussions, now therefore be it resolved that the WMATA Board of Directors offers its sincere gratitude to Jim Ports Jr. for his service and leadership as a member of the WMATA Board of Directors. And be it further resolved that the Metro Board of Directors commends Jim Ports Jr. for his dedication to providing the best service for WMATA's customers in the region. I'd like to move approval of Secretary Ports' commendation. Is there a second? I hear a second from Mr. Goldman. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Jim, you want to have another second speech?
Well, no, not a speech necessarily, but again, I just want to thank you all. It's been a pleasure working with each and every one of you. I recognize how committed each of you are to this board and to the people that you serve. And of course, the executive chair also does a fantastic job. And I'll never forget the experience, and I wish you all the best.
Well, Jim, you really were an important member of this board, given your expertise. I mean, I think it was really clear in a lot of the discussions that we had, particularly on the safety side of things and even operationally, and also the detail and the eye you brought forward during the executive recruitment we had for the new general manager. The questions and perspectives you brought to the table were really invaluable. So although your time on the board was only for a year, you really did make a huge impact and an impression on a lot of us. So thank you. And you always said the right thing at the right time, which was really, really helpful.
Thanks for those kind words. Appreciate it.
Mr. Goldman or Mr. Drummond?
Sure, I'll just take a moment. I was not on the board at the same time. Our tenures did not overlap, Jim. But I knew when you took over from Greg Slater that even though you were tremendous responsibilities as chair and secretary for the whole transportation department, you devoted a good deal of time to the WMATA business. And I know that from my service on the Washington Suburban Transit Commission, which overlapped at that time. And so I think you to be commended for that. You did a terrific job. And as I look at where you're at, you're certainly overlooking one of the Maryland Great Waterways. I assume that's the Chesapeake or something like that. So your background is ideal for this presentation today. Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
And Jim, I just want to say thank you. I really treasured your perspectives. You worked from the front line all the way up to the most senior executive levels you can in transportation. and it made a tremendous difference when we were trying to solve problems. So thank you for your leadership, and all the best to you in the future.
And thank you.
Jim, yeah, Randy, of course.
Mr. Secretary, hey, I just wanted to say on behalf of the whole staff, thank you so much for your contribution to Metro. You look very relaxed, sunshine in the back. I love your Metro pin. And we'll hopefully still see you out on the service. Anytime you'd like to take a ride, we're happy to have you out. And I just appreciate a lot of the guidance and mentoring and advice you gave me as the new GM. So wishing you well, and look forward to, if you want to get back on the system, love to have you.
Well, thank you, and best of luck to you. I know you got a big job, and so far you've been doing a tremendous job, so congratulations.
Thank you, Jim. It was really great seeing you.
Great seeing you all.
All right.
Thanks
Take
again.
care. Yep. And now we'll recognize Christopher Zappi. Chris.
Here.
You still here?
Be there in person. Yep.
I can't hear you. Are you on camera as well, or you're just not available for camera? It's okay.
I am on camera.
No. Oh, there we are.
Hi, everyone. Sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Well, it's great seeing you as well, Chris. Whereas Christopher Zappi faithfully represented Montgomery County, Maryland on the Metro Board of Directors from November 2021 until November 2022. And whereas during his tenure on the board, Mr. Zappi served as an alternate director for Secretaries of Transportation Greg Slater and Jim Ports Jr. And whereas in his role as an alternate director, Mr. Zappi could be depended on to serve whenever called and was able to seamlessly fill in to represent the interest of both Montgomery County, the state of Maryland in the board's deliberations. And whereas Mr. Zappi lent his expertise and guidance to the selection panel for Metro's new general manager and chief executive officer. And whereas in addition to serving on the interview panel for the GM CEO, Mr. Zappi also assisted Dr. Helfer, the Riders Advisory Council board liaison with recruitment of Maryland residents to the RAC. Now therefore be it resolved that the Metro Board of Directors offers its sincere gratitude to Christopher Zappi for his service and leadership as a member of the WMATA Board of Directors. And further be resolved that the Metro Board of Directors commends Christopher Zappi for his dedication to providing the best service for WMATA customers in the region. I'd like to move board approval of Mr. Zappi's commendation. Is there a second? Seconded by Dr. Lowe. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, Chris. Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the entire board. It's such an honor to represent Maryland on the board the last year. And I think maybe the only thing I'll say is the closer I worked with the Metro team, I think the more impressed I was with the staff and the work they do every day for the region, often under really challenging circumstances. And so it was really an honor and a pleasure to be able to work closely with so many at Metro. And I'm looking forward to continuing to support WMATA and do everything I can from the outside as you all deliver a stronger and really reliable transportation network for the region. Thank you.
Well, Chris, I think I can say with some certainty that everyone truly enjoyed working with you, both the board members and staff, and your intellect and your thoughtfulness really came through in the discussions. And I think we saw it most during the GM recruitment. The questions you asked and everything were really spot on. So thank you for all you did. And your willingness, like we said in the resolution, your willingness to attend meetings at a moment's notice, given the secretary's schedules, was really appreciated. And it was great that you were always be able to be there with us. So.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind words.
Right. Mr. Goldman, Mr. Drummer.
Yes, thank you. Chris began his Metro service as I was leaving mine. It was very valuable for him to be there and pick up this slot as the Montgomery County alternate, which had been laid vacant for a year or so before his appointment. And with a change in the Maryland appointment, because every 2 years, the second principal rotates between Montgomery and Prince George's County, he came in at the time when, with Don Drummer as the principal, Montgomery County's only representative with the board and with the Metro staff became Chris Zappi. And following him from my perch on the Washington Suburban Transit Commission for the year following that, I know he was actively involved, as the chairman has pointed out, and did a terrific job in that role. You know, he had a career with Amtrak, and now he's moved on. And I saw him a few weeks ago at an APTA convention, and he's back into transit, representing a company that does business with transit agencies. So we'll have to be careful in our dealings with him that we don't engender any conflicts of interest, but we welcome him to come along and make presentations on behalf of his new clients. And maybe we'll find a place for some of their wares in the Metro system. Thanks, Chris. Good to see you again, and look forward to seeing you again in your new role. Bye-bye.
Thanks, you too.
So Chris, you stood in for two secretaries you just did an exceptional job in that. I always call you the young person around. Your intellect, your vision, your drive, you're the future of our country. I mean, you really brought it every single day. And I have to tell you, when we were in the hiring processes to bring our GM on board, I will tell you, you really, really amazed me. So thank you for bringing it every day and making the sacrifices to be on this board while doing what you do every single day. And I treasure your friendship, and I really appreciated your partnership.
Thanks so much, Don. It was a joy to work with you, and the state of Maryland is very, very lucky to have you representing them on the board.
Well, Chris, hey, it's Randy. I happened to see you a couple weeks ago at APTA, so it was really good seeing you. I'll just say, again, just like with Secretary Ports, thank you for your willingness to serve and be part of this incredible organization. So on behalf of the whole staff, thank you for that. And then on a personal note, you know, as multiple people mentioned, you were part of the GM process. So I appreciate your not only being part of that process, but your consideration and I guess ultimate vote and support of bringing me to this incredible organization. So really enjoyed our time together, and I'm sure our cross will pass many a time in the future in transit.
Thanks so much. I was happy to do it.
And Chris, I think this may be the last time I get to say this to you in a long time. Good seeing you, Newman.
Yeah. It was good to see you too. Thanks so much, everyone. I've got to go catch a train. So I'll see you soon.
All right. Take care, Chris. All right. Next, we'd, as the board, would like to thank all our customers and stakeholders who participated in the Metro budget outreach that took place these past few weeks. Your comments were very much appreciated. And just as we heard in the Finance and Capital Committee meeting, the tremendous response to our online survey in our public meetings, so it was very much appreciated. We look forward to adopting a budget on Friday, April 14th. And yes, that's a correct date. We have shifted our board activities from Thursday, the 13th, to Friday, the 14th, out of respect for those who observe Passover. And last, but certainly not least, we'd like to recognize March as Women's History Month, where we commemorate and encourage the study and observance and celebration of the vital role women make in American history. From Abigail Adams, Susan B. Anthony, Sojourner Truth, to Rosa Parks, the timeline of women's history milestones stretches back to the founding of this country. I'm proud to note that we have 7 women on this board, the highest number of women on the Metro board ever, history making there. Thank you for all you do, and thank you to all the women at Metro who move the DMV forward every day. This concludes my report. I'll turn the floor over to the GM, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I know we're kind of running a little long, so I'm going to try to make this relatively quick. First thing I want to highlight, though, and I know we send it out to the board members, is at the APTA conference, we obviously are the host every year for the APTA Legislative Conference, and the team put together this amazing video that is basically welcoming people to the DMV, and quite frankly, in a lot of ways, welcome back to Metro. We're going to be using this a lot. It's playing in a lot of our stations. We're going to be cutting in and using different ways. I'll just be honest, when I watched this, and a lot of staff told me, it almost brings tears to your eyes because it really brings pride, and I think how fortunate we are to be part of this amazing organization. So if we could play that to start the meeting.
Welcome to the DMV. 3 diverse places, hundreds of distinct cultures, one region interconnected because of Metro. For the most powerful lawmakers and the tiniest children, for the essential workers who fuel our economy, and the tech giants who envision our future, for those who choose us and those who rely on us. Metro brings life to our region, and Metro brings our region to life. We connect workers to jobs, students to schools, families to fun, citizens to culture, and talent to the world. Our vast network connects people to possibilities wherever our trains, buses, and access fleet go. Metro accessibility helps determine where people choose to live, how they choose to play, and where businesses large and small choose to locate. We're more than a transit system. We're an influencer, a music venue, an art gallery, a style icon, a part of the local community, and a way that people define themselves. A system for the people, of the people, and by the people, benefiting customers and non-customers alike. Because of Metro, we all enjoy less gridlock, greater economic opportunity, and cleaner air. For more than half a century, Metro has been a part of the rich tapestry that keeps our region thriving and healthy. As we expand, adapt, and transform to meet the needs of a changing world, join Metro and experience all the services we have to offer as we continue to create connections throughout the DMV.
Doors open.
Hey, I just love that. So I feel pride every day having the opportunity to come in here and, you know, the team just did a great job. Thanks for the team and the hard work on that. Now, let's talk about some good stuff on top of that video. As Tom mentioned yesterday, our highest ridership day on rail side since the pandemic, 405,000 customer journeys yesterday. We're trending pretty well today with some good weather and a Caps game. I think that might be in danger of going down again today. We'll knock on wood. But, you know, this system is slowly but surely coming back. And I think a lot of it is to do with also the service we're delivering. Smart Trips, you know, it's really important that we're trying to get people on our apps and using Smart Trips. 25 million mobile transactions since we started that, and we're going to aggressively push that throughout the rest of the year. We've increased service 50% more trains since the start of the fiscal year, which is hard to imagine actually how little trains we were running because we still got a lot more trains to run. I just want to really thank, I see Brian's here, but especially the operations and the safety team and working with our partners, WMSC, how much we've moved, and our HR team to move this forward. It is an enormous lift to run 50% more trains 6 or 7 months later, so kudos to you. We've done 5 service changes since then, a really large one on the bus side in December, and then just this week, our 4th one on the rail side, and we're looking forward to the next one in May when we open the yellow line. So the team is working very hard every day. We hear you on Twitter, we hear you on the phone, we hear you at the station. We all know everyone wants more service. Every day, people are working to deliver more service. Next thing up is Transit Employee Appreciation Week was last week. And a lot of you were out talking to some staff, and I appreciate that. You know, I just want to take, again, a public opportunity to thank the staff here at Metro. We have over 12,000 active employees. They are delivering every day. I appreciate how much this board knows how hard the staff is working. And you've been getting out more and seeing them, and it's really appreciated when you're out there. They are doing a really good job. On the HR side, as I mentioned, we are hiring and hiring and hiring. And this number is still kind of astonishing me. We've netted over 400 positions in the last 7 months. That is not an easy feat to do, and that is because we got laser focused. We put a little, if you will, tiger team together, broke down process, and are just really incredibly focused on bringing good people on board this organization and want them to build careers here, not jobs. So kudos to everyone working on that. I know Leroy's going to be up here in a second supporting the zero-emission bus program. On the bus side especially, 55 people graduating next week. which is our largest class in 3 years, and we have 80 people in bus operator training today, which will be our largest. The team is working nonstop to deliver for the community, so kudos to the whole team that has been working on that. Next up, transit-oriented development. I want to thank Board Member Drummer and Chair Schberg were all with us. Secretary Wiedefeld was obviously there. He's not here today, but he was out at the event as well. What a day. Got to open our new Carrollton office facility. Going to fit up to 1,400 staff members. It was an incredible event. I lost my pin to Governor Moore, but I found a new one, so that turned out all right. We got beautiful artwork there as well, very community-oriented. I think as everyone highlighted, we're now a great anchor on this really new defined area around New Carrollton, and we are doing everything we can to partner with the county executive and others to really think about how we can do TOD really well. As you all know, this is going to save us money here at Metro by consolidating, and it's great for the environment too because it's a LEED certified facility, and it's a much healthier and collaborative space for our staff to be in. People are, I think, generally happy with the environment out there, and you can't beat it because you got great training there as well. So we all know that that's going to be a big hub, and we have to really work hard with our Maryland partners to make sure the Purple Line gets integrated and the new RAISE grant that Prince George has won with our support to really build out that facility. So it's just really good day to see that come together. Next update is on body-worn cameras. And one of the things, I know this has been a topic over the last few years, I want to give an update. I think this is really important, and I appreciate Board Member Lowe mentioning the word transparency. One thing we're trying to do at every meeting is continually build trust and credibility with our community and our partners around transparency. So this has been a topic that has taken a little while, but we got focused on it. Body-worn cameras were funded through a part of a grant through DOJ. Many of you know that. But the update really is that we're starting training on March 28th, and we're going to have people out on the system by early April with actual cameras on them. And by the summer, we should have everyone outfitted with cameras and move forward. The camera program is, and all the supporting documents and policies related to that are on WMATA.com. And so again, very transparent. Here's how the program works. It's very similar to every other kind of law enforcement in the area, but this is another example of bringing transparency and trust from a policing point of view. I will give one caveat on this. Unlike other police departments, we also have a better part of over 20,000 cameras between bus and rail and stations. So our officers and all of our staff, when they're out doing their jobs, they're more or less under video surveillance every day anyway. So I want to give even more reassurance to our community. You know, we are constantly making sure that our staff is doing a good job, and the overwhelming majority that happens every day. So, you know, I just thought it was important to give an update on body-worn cameras. The last thing that I really wanted to hit too was one of the things we've talked about as an organization and we've embedded in our strategic plan was really leaning into diversity, equity, and inclusion and making that a part of our value system. And yes, we have Title VI, and yes, we have ADA, but really thinking larger than that and how it infuses what we do as a value set. And so, you know, there's a couple positions that we said we were going to do. One is Chief System-Wide Accessibility Officer. That position is now posted, and we're looking for someone to help lead that topic area to really think about accessibility holistically across this organization. And I know we pass that along to you, and if you have anyone that is interested, please make sure we know. The other, though, is having a Chief Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Officer. So someone that can help, whether it's things through the budget process, but it's also, you know, working with Brian and his team on operations delivery, or could be working with our IT team and thinking about technology. There's so many ways about that. And one of the things we want to lean into on the staffing side is making a feeling of belonging. Staff should feel good coming here, being part of something. They are part of this and own part of this organization well, and creating that value and pride. So I'm happy to introduce Darlene. Why don't you stand up? Darlene Slaughter. Darlene is our first ever Metro DE&I chief. She has 30 years of experience in DE&I. Did that work at Fannie Mae, United Way, and most recently at the March of Dimes. And we're very, very happy to have Darlene be involved here at this organization. And you'll probably see her from time to time on new topics. But I thought it'd be important to just introduce Darlene because this is, again, we're breaking some ground here at Metro with this new position. So welcome, Darlene. With that, Mr. Chair, that concludes my report. Any comments or questions the board may have, and I'll be to continue to move the meeting along. Yep.
Any questions or comments for the general manager? Okay, hearing none. Now we'll turn to the report by the Finance and Capital Committee. Ms. Bovers.
The following item was referred to the board at the March 9th Finance and Capital Committee meeting. Acceptance of Virginia Compact hearing staff reports and approval to amend mass transit plan. Staff sought acceptance of Compact public hearing staff reports and approval to amend the mass transit plan at 3 Virginia Metro stations. East Falls Church to add 3 bus bays to the existing bus loop, relocate ADA parking, and improve pedestrian safety. Franconia Springfield to add a new signalized intersection, reconfigure parking garage access, add 3 bus bays in a bus layover facility, and eliminate one of the pickup drop-off areas, all in coordination with a VDOT project to extend Frontier Drive through the station site. And finally, West Falls Church to remove 4 bus bays, reduce park and ride capacity by approximately 650 spaces, reduce kiss and ride capacity by approximately 40 spaces, and eliminate 68 on-street metered parking spaces, which will align capacity with existing and projected demand and allow for up to 1 million square feet of development on Metro property. Mr. Chairman, I move approval.
Okay, we have a motion by Deputy Mayor Babers. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Klein. Is there any further discussion? Any questions? Hearing none, I'll ask the Board Corporate Secretary to please administer the vote.
Thank you, Chair Smedberg. Vice Chair Babers.
Aye.
Vice Chair Drummer.
Aye.
Ms. Klein.
Aye.
Dr. Lowe.
Aye.
Mr. Goldman. Ms. Martin Proctor.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes my report.
Next, we'll move on to reports by jurisdictions. NVTC, Matthew and I do not have a report. District of Columbia, Ms. Babers.
Yes, so for those of you who do not know, it is cherry blossom time, and they're currently in full peak. So I invite everyone to take Metro down to the tidal basin and enjoy the cherry blossoms, regardless of whether you've seen them before. You have to go every year to see them. And then April, baseball is back. So I invite everyone to jump on Metro once again and go down to the National Park Stadium and enjoy a baseball game with hopefully your family, your friends, your enemies. So yes.
Your enemies. All right.
Downtown is back, baby.
Okay. WSTC, Mr. Drummer.
I have nothing to report.
Nothing to report from Maryland.
Okay, thank you. Federal Government, Ms. Klein.
Well, I just want to say, even though I was the one who spoke today about MetroAccess fares, that issue has been the subject of a lot of discussion among the federal members. So I want to acknowledge Ms. Martin Proctor as well, and particularly Dr. Helfer, who made sure that it never fell off our agenda. But on to the federal government. The president released his budget, I think, since we last met, and just wanted to highlight for everyone that the president has proposed the historic levels of funding for transit nationally, which would fulfill the commitment made in the bipartisan infrastructure law. So hopefully we'll see that advance to actual funding. There also was an announcement this week that the U.S. Department of Transportation has awarded grants under the SMART program, which is one of those really small programs in the bipartisan infrastructure law dedicated to innovative mobility and technology solutions. And I think there were 5 of the grants, I think, were for transit-related projects across the country. And it just shows that there's a wide variety of grant opportunities. I know that we'll talk about some of those in future related to zero-emission buses. But there's a variety of other programs too, and I encourage us to keep looking for every opportunity to maximize those programs in bipartisan infrastructure law. Ms. Martin Proctor.
Hi, thank you, Director Klein. Just very briefly for cultural awareness, the federal government partners would like to extend our best to the Muslim community across the country and around the world as they begin the Islamic holiday of the holy month of Ramadan. We wish you rest and reflection during this time. And that's all I have for today.
Thank you. With no further business to come before the board, we'll stand adjourned. Thank you all for joining us today. Now we have the Safety Committee. That's right, I forgot. Sorry, Mr. Drummer.
Thank you, Mr. Smedberg. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's Safety and Operations Committee. Our first order of business is to approve the agenda. To members of the committee, are there any objections to the agenda? Hearing none, the agenda is approved. Now to approval of the minutes of our March 9th meeting. Are there any objections to the minutes? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. So today we have one information briefing on today's agenda. Staff will provide an overview and an update on Metro's planning and ongoing execution of our transition to a zero-emission bus fleet. And this briefing also includes a very informative timeline. Now, before I proceed, I would like to declare, in lieu of recusing myself, as approved by the board in February, that I have been selected to serve as a member of the Prince George's County Climate Resident Advisory Group. The advisory group's mission is to serve as a community voice of support, in support of the Prince George's Climate Action Implementation Task Force. And this advisory group will not make policy decisions, and my involvement is as an interested citizen and not as a WMATA board member. I affirm that I can participate in this matter fairly and objectively in the interest of WMATA, notwithstanding this conflict. Now I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Webster. Wow. And Leroy Jones. Wow. Okay. For today's presentation.
Thank you, Chair Drummer. Again, Tom Webster, Chief of Planning and Performance. Joined here this afternoon by Leroy Jones, our Senior Vice President for Bus Services, and Amy Mesrobian, who is sitting behind us and will join at the table shortly, our Director of Zero-Emission Vehicles. As you know, Metro is committed to transitioning our fleet of buses to zero-emission vehicles as quickly as possible. The board, as was formally established when the board adopted our zero-emission goals in 2021 and recommitted as a component of the recently adopted strategic transformation plan. Transitioning our bus service to zero emission is a fundamental shift in the way we operate our system and impacts our entire organization. A lot of staff and leaders across the organization have come together to support the many aspects of this enterprise-wide program. Today, I'm excited we will share some updates on some key zero-emission bus activities, including an update on Metro's first baseline zero-emission bus transition plan, which identifies a pathway to accelerate Metro's zero-emission bus goals by 3 years relative to our previous goals. To start with why this is important, in addition to connecting people to where they want to go, every trip on Metrobus reduces emissions. Zero-emission buses further reduce emissions, providing climate benefits and improving air quality. Transitioning to zero-emission buses is a important part of Metro's Better Bus initiative that will improve service, reliability, and the customer experience while delivering on customers on buses with no emissions. I'll turn it over to Leroy to provide an update on some current activities.
So good afternoon, Mr. Chair and board members. Metro has already undertaken a number of activities to support the zero emissions bus transition. I'm really excited about it personally. Aligning ongoing work that you can see right here on the screen to reconstruct Northern and Blazeburg Bus Garage to support the transition of the zero emission buses. Actually, I was just out at Western yesterday, and the team is really pumped up about this. I can tell you, I spoke to some mechanics and some operators, and they're really looking forward to Western being redesigned and built eventually in the future. Since we've already developed since recently developing the zero-emission bus transition plan, Metro has also initiated work to convert our center bed bus division in partnership with Fairfax County. Metro also launched the first phase of a zero-emission bus deployment, which you can see here on the screen, the photo to the left, where you can see the pantograph charging. Also, with the infrastructure underway at our Shepherd's Parkway division. If you haven't been yet, you should get over there. It's a really nice sight to see. Also, other activities that's ongoing, actually the procurement of buses. You need buses, right? So we're working hard on that. We have 2 60-foot buses that we're waiting to be delivered from New Flyer. Also, 5 additional 40-foot buses are on order with New Flyer, along with 5 from Nova Bus. Actually, the team is at our New Carrollton headquarters right now, meeting with Nova Bus and going through the first phase of what the design is going to look like. So we're really looking forward to that. Also, one thing that I think is extremely critical from a regional perspective that the Metro team is leaning in heavily on and working with the region. The Metro team is working with our partners with the coordination group for zero-emission bus. So what does that look like from a regional perspective and not just from a WMATA perspective? So the team is really working hard on that. And that group is a subcommittee from the National Capital Region's Bus Leader Committee that was a byproduct of the bus transformation project. So thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So this slide presents some of the key findings of Metro's recently completed zero-emission bus transition plan. Overall, as Tom was mentioning, the transition plan is a baseline framework and strategy that identifies all of the things Metro needs to do to support a full Metrobus transition to zero-emission technology. This version of the plan reflects the current state of our fleet, our facilities, and technology. And as the rapidly evolving zero-emission bus technologies and markets continue to progress, and as Metro's service needs evolve, we'll continue to update our plan and strategy to reflect these things. But for now, the transition plan provides a feasible pathway to meet the board-adopted goals and transition our fleet. And having this comprehensive plan in place will make Metro's overall transition more efficient and cost-effective by providing a clear sense of how our near-term activities can lead to the full fleet transition. So there are a few things I want to highlight on this slide. First, it's important to understand how zero-emission buses can be integrated into the fleet, considering their different infrastructure requirements and range limitations. So in general, Metro found that our facilities have the space to support the infrastructure needed to charge battery electric buses. And that battery electric buses can provide most of Metro's service. So Metro will continue to evaluate the infrastructure and service needs as we deploy these buses and convert the facilities. And based on these results, our current plan is built around a battery electric fleet, but we are committed to zero-emission buses and will continue to evaluate the hydrogen fuel cell electric bus technology and market trends as they evolve as well. And the second thing to highlight is the incremental cost to Metro over the life of this transition is projected to be approximately $2.3 billion, meaning costs will be $2.3 billion more than if Metro continued to operate and invest in the current fleet mix. So incremental vehicle costs, meaning the higher cost of electric buses in comparison to conventional buses, and facility costs, which are the costs of infrastructure upgrades and charging equipment. Those are really the drivers of these cost increases during the transition period. So making facilities ready to support zero-emission buses is perhaps one of the most important activities in this transition. The transition plan presents Metro's initial proposed timing and order for converting 9 bus divisions throughout DC, Maryland, and Virginia, as we'll see in detail on the next slide. And the proposed phasing considers several criteria to develop a baseline plan that allows for an efficient transition. So this slide presents Metro's initial projected pathway to convert fleet and facilities to 100% zero-emission buses by 2042, 3 years ahead of the board-adopted goal of 2045. And Metro is also committed to continuously assessing opportunities to speed the transition. So as you can see, we'll be actively undertaking multiple construction projects over the next 2 decades to complete the transition by 2042, with a major capital project delivered nearly every year. Design and construction work for Northern and Bladensburg is already underway, as you're aware, and Western is in the planning stages. And based on this plan, Metro has also initiated the planning work to convert Cinderbed Road to a zero-emission bus facility in coordination with Fairfax County. So under this scenario, 50% of Metro's fleet would be zero-emission buses in 2033 and 75% in 2035. So just a little over 10 years away. And then, finally, I just want to emphasize that this is our initial baseline plan. Metro's done significant analytical work, learned from peers, hired consultants to provide expert support, but there are many variables to consider and a lot of pieces to pull together to make this all successful. And some of those are outside of our control. So we'll continue to learn and evolve our approach as we implement. And to the extent there's an opportunity to add a facility or an innovative way to charge buses on an interim basis ahead of the full garage conversions, those are things that we will continue to evaluate and explore, and they might change our phasing as we proceed. But there's still value in setting this baseline to work towards, even as we acknowledge from the outset that we might not stick to this exact plan over the next 2 decades as we continue to learn and adapt. So Metro's workforce is really key to enabling this whole transition, and they need to be supported and empowered to be part of the process. The transition creates the opportunity for staff throughout Metro, especially frontline workers, to gain new skills and support the new technology. Many employees throughout Metro need training to operate and maintain a safe and reliable bus network. The transition overall is significant, and in addition to buying buses, training our workforce, and making facilities ready, we need external support to ensure success, including working with our local electric utilities to make upgrades to support our charging needs. And as Leroy was mentioning, as many other regional transit partners are taking steps to transition their fleets, Metro is facilitating a regional zero-emission bus working group so we can coordinate with our partners on areas needed to move the whole region forward for zero-emission buses. And this really also provides Metro the opportunity to learn from some of our regional peers that already have experience operating zero-emission buses. So executing the zero-emission bus transition requires significant investments. Metro received 1 low or no emission program grant in 2020 to support its first phase of zero-emission bus deployments. Metro was not awarded grants in the prior 2 years for zero-emission bus projects, and subsequently requested feedback from Department of Transportation and Federal Transit Administration staff. So incorporating this feedback received on our prior unsuccessful applications, Metro is currently developing a significant grant project application to put forward under the FTA Low-No and Buses and Bus Facilities grant programs in coordination with Fairfax County to convert Cinderbed Road to a zero-emission bus facility and also to purchase battery electric buses. And we're expecting this project to be in excess of $100 million. So there are a number of near-term implementation activities to execute the transition, and Metro is making progress on many of them. For example, one of our next steps is to develop detailed designs and construction plans to advance our facilities work. And as part of the facility design process, we'll think about resilience measures to incorporate to ensure that the increased reliance of battery electric buses on electric service won't negatively impact Metro's ability to provide service. And then, finally, today we shared this pathway to fully transition to a zero-emission bus fleet. As we've discussed, the transition requires coordinated actions across Metro, the utilities, and transit partners. And it involves significant design and construction work, procurement, workforce development and training, and funding. And all of these things will need to come together for a successful transition. So we look forward to coming back to the board with recommendations for refined goals and an updated Metrobus fleet plan.
Okay, hey, thank you, Tom, Leroy, and Amy. The timing is right. Thank you for reconnecting us to what's happening in the zero-emission bus lane. Over the past 12 months, we've read and heard continuous commentary and challenges that Metro is not keeping up with our regional partners in the transition to zero-emission buses and with regard to resourcing and deployments. And I've drawn 3 conclusions from this presentation, and I'm most appreciative of this presentation. The first one is the commentary and challenges were not unfair. I think they've served as a catalyst for us to take action beyond where we thought we were. I want to acknowledge that the GM, the senior executive team, and the staff have embraced this challenge. And as you embrace this challenge, you have a demonstrated commitment that we even see in the slides today to accelerate programming and execution where possible. And you want to do this through aggressive pursuit of technology advancements, of funding sources, and of strategic partnerships that you've discussed. But with the technology advancements, with the funding sources and strategic partnerships, there's a lot of uncertainty. And I'm pretty proud of the fact that Metro has wisely under-promised with an intent to over-deliver. I think that's the way to go. A lot of folks are putting a marker on the wall with far too much uncertainty in knowing where we're going. So thank you for that. But thank you for the energy and the drive to say we are committed to accelerating. And I have one closing thought before I turn it over to committee members and to the rest of the board members. We're much closer than I ever thought we were to our regional partners. And I want to demonstrate that. Can you pull up the slide that has the timelines on it? So on this slide, if we added up all of the numbers, the buses, the acquisitions in the white boxes, it would be 1,568 buses, zero-emission buses. And that would be done by 2042. If we looked at 2035, I want to skip to 2036, where we think we plan to be as far as programming. We'll have 1,401 of those 1,568 done. That's 89.4%. My point that I want to highlight, the good news story is we're almost 90% there when comparing us to our regional partners. And I know we have the right team in place to help us look for that 10 to 11% to see if we can't get that as close to 2035 as we possibly can. But kudos to the team. You've done the analysis. You know where you're going, and you're going to take advantage of every opportunity, as I see it, to get it done. So at this time, comments and questions from members of the committee?
I just have one quick question. Oh, sorry, can you?
Okay. Ms. Martin Proctor, go ahead.
Thank you so much for this report. I actually just have a really quick comment with regards to what I see here. We all know that this is the future of transportation. We all know that it's moving forward. But what I see here and what I want to highlight is that you guys have made sure that the workers are put first. They are a main part of this conversation. You have training, life skills, movement, making sure that they're at the table so that this transition to this new development and what we know is the future of transportation will continue to grow with them with their skill set. So I wanted to make sure that we highlight that we show that, yes, we know this is future transportation. They're going to be moving towards more things that are definitely more zero emission and economical, but you're making sure that we're putting our team first and as a clear part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smedberg?
Thank you. Ms. Misrovian, nice meeting you. Quick question for you. The grants, the slide that highlighted that, given the overall price tag of this, but how are we feeling? Pretty confident on this? I know there was a lot of talk at the APTA meeting about this and organizations that may or may not qualify and where they are in the process, and so and concerned about some of these programs being overprescribed.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for the question. And yes, these programs are always very heavily oversubscribed because there's so much interest in the programs. But I think in comparison to last year, we now have our full zero-emission bus transition plan ready. That makes us stronger as an applicant. It allows us to put forward our plan a little bit more confidently with that larger context. And we were able to have debriefs last year to identify areas of improvement in our application. So I think those things allow us to move forward more confidently this year.
And beyond the federal level, are there any opportunities for state grants? Is that possible? I'm sort of curious.
I think it's certainly possible, particularly in the area of partnerships with some of our local providers. So Amy described this partnership with Fairfax County at Cinderbed. A lot of conversations about other maybe smaller projects or en route charging, the types of things that could be eligible for smaller, more localized grant programs.
Okay. Yeah, just curious.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Babers? Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Lowe has one. She's on the committee. Dr. Lowe, I didn't see you. Thank you.
Sorry, my notes are on my phone. Okay. Given how oversubscribed these programs are, I think that we should not just count on feedback or trying to have a better application in order to make sure that we are doing everything that we can in order to win federal support for our transition to zero emissions. I think that we need to proactively advocate for this need and for why this has to happen. And I call on this board and our entire community that wants this to happen to be advocates for us to win federal funds to support zero emissions at WMATA in FY 2023. So I just want to state loud and clear that that is my hope, my need, and my expectation from colleagues and from community, that we will all start pushing in the same direction to make this happen. That said, I think it's really important that we provide a lot of transparency around our accountability to the ask. Is the transition plan a document and not just a PowerPoint presentation? When will we be sharing that with the public?
Yes, we have a full transition plan document that will be ready to post publicly to our website tomorrow or later today.
Okay, I'm getting what I want today. Incredible. That's wonderful. And in that document, am I going to see interim milestones and measures other than garage dates?
Yeah, so the transition plan provides a lot of detail in terms of all of the different facilities as well, and sort of lines things up with our bus procurements as well. And it does provide additional detail on workforce and training requirements in there. So, I think it's a robust and pretty comprehensive plan for all of the activities that we need to undertake. And there are specific requirements for what needs to be included in a transition plan to successfully support the grant applications. And so we've made sure our transition plan meets those requirements.
Great. You know, just completing this plan is such a huge milestone. And I have waited for this day since the day I got on the board. And so I just want to celebrate that we are all going to be seeing this full plan today. This is a really important milestone to note. And I feel it's going to make all the difference in the world. And I just want to express my gratitude that with the thoughtfulness that has gone into this plan and the real work, that we have been able to move forward our date for being fully zero emissions by a full 3 calendar years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Babers?
Unlike my DC colleague, I could tell from this presentation that there was a transition plan ready to be rolled out, because that's where you say that you get everything. Even though we're kind of short on time, it would be remiss for me not to tell you all that when I went through this presentation, it is the best zero emission presentation you all have provided to us since I've been on the board. So thank you so much. And I can tell that there's a robust, comprehensive transition plan that I guess both Tracy and I will gaze upon tomorrow. And you know, the district may just steal some things. But anyway, I had to look again and I was like, does it say confidential? I was like, no, it does not. But, but I also want to say thank you for fulfilling, you know, the board's, what we put forth. You know, we were beat up when we agreed to 2045 as the date. And everybody, of course, said that we're not being aggressive enough. However, we also said that we expected you all to move quicker if you could, once you got additional information, analyze things. And I just thank you for not making us look like, you know, that was a bad decision. I look forward to next year when you come before us. It's going to be another 3 years sooner. So keep looking to cut that time as we can continue to learn. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Goldman, then Ms. Klein.
I thought I was going to be the one that was keeping everybody from lunch, but now I'll pass it to Ms. Klein. I'm very encouraged by your presentation today. As you know, Montgomery County with Ride-On has a target of the mid-2030s to be 100% all electric. And I'm encouraged that, according to the chairman here, you intend to have about 90% of the Metro fleet to be all electric by mid-2030s, 2035, 2036. So that'll be terrific. Then most of Montgomery County will have zero emission buses by the middle of the 2030s. But the rub here is the number in your presentation of 2.3 billion, which is a big number. As some old senator used to say 20 years ago, $1 million here, $1 million here. Pretty soon you're dealing with real money. And 2.3 billion is real money. And so you alluded to this a little bit in your presentation, but could you break down on the 2.3 billion, how much of that represents new buses over the cost of diesel buses? How much of it represents infrastructure in the garages, charging facilities, and how much of it represents, if there is a number, you know, things like transmission lines, heavying up for electricity in terms of power lines, transformers, and something like that? Is that a breakdown into that 3 groups that you can provide?
Yeah, so I don't have that in front of me right now, but yes, we did do that detailed kind of bottoms-up analysis of all of the specific costs. And so we looked at each facility, for example, estimated the power demand and worked with the local utilities to get their estimates of what utility upgrades would be needed and the associated costs with those. So those are included. The incremental vehicle acquisition costs, the facility upgrade costs are included in there. That's really the bulk of the costs. And we did look at operations costs as well overall, but that's pretty small in comparison.
Did you have an add to that?
Yeah, Mr. Goldman, if I could add, and thank you for the question. There's also another cut on this, and that is, Leroy mentioned some of the ongoing activities at Northern, Bladensburg, Western, and with bus acquisitions. So we do have in our 6-year program planned investments in the larger $12 billion that we discussed earlier today. The conversation that we had about the long-term capital investment need and the long-term trajectory of the funding need here is very much in play here as well. So the first increments of that $2.3 billion are included in our plan. A lot of it is beyond both in time and capacity, the 6-year program. So that'll be part of our conversations going forward.
You've got into the next question I was going to ask, but before that I'll ask, are the numbers of the breakdown of the 2.3 billion between buses and charging infrastructure in the garages, et cetera, is that in the physical report that will be available tomorrow?
It is, yes, that detail will be in the report.
Thank you. And then as to what you were saying, Tom, in the 6-year capital improvement program, how much of the 2.3 billion is actually programmed now in the 6-year capital improvement program?
About $600 million is in the 6-year plan.
About 600 million, so that's about 1.7, 1.8 billion short, right?
Yes, generally, yes.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, when do those numbers appearing in the capital budget? Will those start appearing in the FY25 budget, or are most of those numbers still beyond the current 6-year capital improvement program?
There are dollars in the budget this fiscal year for essentially the cash flow for projects that are happening during the 6-year period. So, for example, Leroy mentioned the 60-foot buses that are about to be delivered this calendar year. The cost of those are in our current year budget.
But are any other bus acquisition costs? I mean, as Don mentioned, the total bus acquisition fleet is about 1,500 buses. When will those costs start appearing in the capital budget?
They are in each year of the capital budget for the next 6 years.
They are in there now?
Yes.
Because actually purchasing electric buses as opposed to just diesel or CIG buses?
Yeah.
Yes. Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Ms. Klein?
Yes, well, the advantage of going last is that most of my questions have been answered, which is great. So let me find the ones that haven't been. On the slide that shows the timeline for that's the conversion of the bus facilities to be able to handle electric buses. So procurement, I assume, is fairly closely matched to that, and we'll see that in the transition plan. I was curious about the training. This is where a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. So I heard once that the bus manufacturers themselves will provide training if that's included in the contract for the purchase of the buses, but that if it comes up sort of after the fact, they're less willing to sort of add it on. I don't know if that's the case, but I'm curious to what extent the manufacturer of the buses are going to be involved in providing training for the workforce.
Yeah. So fully engaged, let's start there. The contract is set up to provide training hours. Our training team also from the Safety and Readiness Group, they also get train-the-trainer training so that then we can absorb that in-house. I talked a little bit about 2 different manufacturers, Nova Bus and New Flyer right now. So there's going to be some nuances between those 2 different manufacturers. So we're going to get the training from Nova Bus, we're going to get the training from New Flyer, and our folks will be able to train our folks down the line.
Sounds good. And my last question is, I was interested in the comment in the presentation that the biggest constraint on our ability to move quickly, and I do have to agree with my colleagues, I was so excited to see the acceleration of this project. It's great. the biggest constraint was the bus facilities. Is that the biggest constraint that's within Metro's control, or the biggest constraint overall? 'Cause I was curious about like the electric grid, for example.
Thank you for the question. I would probably clarify to say that's the biggest constraint that's within Metro's control. To your question about the electric grid, certainly we have been and will continue to coordinate with our utility partners to make sure that they can provide the power that we need, and they've been very willing, engaged partners all along. But yes, there are some things that are out of our control that we'll have to rely on too throughout this transition.
Gotcha. That's all. Thank you so much. I agree. This has been a really, really good presentation.
Thank you. Randy?
Thank you for all your engagement on this board. I think it's clear the staff is incredibly focused on delivering not just zero emission, but a better bus system. And I think that's what I want to keep reminding us. It's the network redesign, plus this, plus actually our training, our onboarding. Leroy and some others and Brian are working through better ideas how to actually just run the system we have better on the street. Ghost buses, on and off signage, all of this kind of comes together. And so I don't want us to lose sight of one piece. And so a comment I want to make just, is really important is we very much want to, as an agency, move zero emission technology forward. There's no getting around that. But we have to continually ground members of our community and key stakeholders that the greenest thing we can do is have more human beings on transit. Having an electric bus with a couple people on board is not as green as a diesel bus with a lot of people on board. So the network redesign is actually, from a sustainability point of view, equal, or if not more important, than the zero emission. And one can't supplant the other. So driving towards the zero emission fleet is great, as long as it's not done in any way to deteriorate bus service. Bus service is more important than the type of vehicle. Together, very powerful. And so the reason I ground that is, again, not to be Debbie Downer here, next year we have an enormous budget deficit. It's one thing to have capital money, but we can't move a capital program forward to not have money to operate what we want to do just because those are nicer, cooler buses. And so that's why together, and as a region, we have to solve operating and capital together versus disconnect. They're decoupled now, and that is not strategic. They need to be coupled to be strategic. The last point I wanted to make is on the federal part, and Board Member Lowe mentioned, I can tell you I've already had high-level conversations with senior members of the federal government and FTA on this. We are going to be very actively pushing this grant. We appreciate anyone on the board that wants to help us, especially with our key elected officials around the region. We'll be asking for a level of support, as we always do, letters of support for environmental groups or community groups or whatnot. That's a kind of a standard thing in our industry. We'll package all that up. But the thing we're going to really talk about is a lot of our big agency peers last year got very large awards. Boston, LA, New York, 100 million plus awards. And we believe that WMATA deserves equivalency going forward. And so we've made that clear. And I think this moving forward, plus the vote that you all take on the 14th, further cements the fact that we have our house in order and we're ready to be a little more serious this year to get after that money. So thank you very much.
Randy, thank you for that context. And for Tom, Leroy, Amy, thank you very much for a great presentation. With no further business to come before the committee, we stand adjourned.